How to fence with smart posts. Step 1. Straighten your wires or netting. Step 2. Drive in your smart posts. Step 3. Add in your dropper wire. Step 4. Pull the wire through the top hole and tie it off. Step 5. Add your electric fencing if you need it. And there you go. A brand new farm fence installed in half the time. Smart post. Fencing in fast form.
trophy flight. Congratulations to Mark Collis and Crystalina James. Commiserations to Lizzie Moses and Jamie Kendall. 4. On live streaming table 2, Scott Cottole and Jesse Eastman, Richmond, Des Wilcox and Adam Shaw, Cashmere, table 2 live streaming. On the backup live streaming table, John Gower and Freeman Johnson, Papanui, Sheldon Kirby and Dave Moyman, Hokitika, table 1. On table 10, Mitch and Don Gourlay Woolston, Richard Ritchie and Paul Blackwell Woolston, table 10. Shut up. He changes clubs every week. Woolston sounds better. We've got Ryan here. Jordan Maipey and Mariah King, Richmond. Jason Martin and Dean Garnett, Cashmere. Table 12, please. And for the main flight, Sam and Ricky Hopkinson, Richmond. Lionel Galbraith and Patrick Allen, Richmond. Table 9, please. All games will now be played in here. There will be no matches out on the tables in the bar.
Righty-ho then. Well, the fact that you can hear my voice now means exactly what you think it does. I've been knocked out. But that does also mean that I get to call some pairs action here from the 2025 Open South Island Pairs. This is the quarter-final match between Des Wilcox and Adam Shaw, playing out of Cashmere, and Scott Cottole and Jesse Eastman out of Richmond. I am, as always, John the Voice Saundercock. Adam Shaw is actually a bit of a fill-in here. He wasn't going to play in either discipline, but Des's partner was unable to play and Adam answered the call. What a partner to have, though, if you're Des. And Adam's an absolute class player. Well, he's a class human being in general, but he's a class player. Was, of course, my captain for the teams event for the Super League, which we were able to win. I'm still pinching myself that we won that. But no time to relive past glory. This is the here and now. Good to have you on, Mania. Thinking at one point about maybe doubling the 6 here back towards the 1, but there must be just enough play here with these balls. The 6 could go off maybe the rail and then the 15. If you can rub off a good chunk of the 15 here, off the rail, then quite possibly this goes. The black, of course, is another issue entirely, but that does look like it banks, so central to this is trying to get the best position on the 6 that he can get so that he can play the shot as simply as possible. As this is here, it's almost dead straight for the shot that they're wanting to play. So they aim for the rail probably around where that diamond is, the bottom right diamond, just on the long rail. He's tried it, but was just unable to get the connection that he wanted, or the deflection that he wanted. So that chance goes begging, and now Scott and Jesse to the table. I'm not 100% sure, sorry Mania. I should have asked him actually. He might have been wanting to play with his son Max, or his stepson Max, but again I'm not 100% certain. Quite possibly Max didn't really have enough, maybe taken too much time off already for pole or something, I don't know. Jesse Eastman now. Do you have a look at the back of his shirt if you ever get a chance? That's some great advertisement, not only for the stickmen, but just for him as well. Great play on his last name there, Beastman. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's wound up. Nice. He needs to be confident here to Scott. Well, it's certainly confidence in one shape. He tried to play it with top to get it to go to the top rail and then back instead of the draw, which a lot of people would have played, but if it had worked we would have told you he was a genius. Are you talking about the draw, Shan? Because the line of the cue ball was headed somewhere towards the pocket on the bottom right of your screen. It's not a good shot at all from Des. He's just hit it too much of that, given it too much, and he's left Jesse on with this, and he puts it down, and Scotty leaps out of his chair. Oh dear. Maybe you need to save a bit of that enthusiasm though. It just seemed a bit quick on that. Well, Jesse and Scott are both teammates for the Richmond Stickmen. Adam doesn't actually play a lot of interclub pool now. He's obviously very adept at playing it when he does, and we know what he can do with a small white ball as well. Play the kick shot, and it's a good one. Just tantalising that, isn't it, when it looks straight enough to go, but you know that there's a really good chance of the in-off into the middle if you do go for it. And Jesse would be well advised here to stray away from that and instead try and leave. Oh, he's gone for the double. Well, he went for the double. He wanted the cue ball to be bottom of your screen, but he hadn't managed to get it to track. It was a bit of a mistake that, even though I like the fact that he tried to go for a shot, he didn't really hit it, did he? he didn't ensure that the cue ball went safe, and so Adam and Des take what turned out to be a rather scrappy frame. So you can't see the score here, but it is 1-0 Adam Shaw, Des Wilcox. Here's your other quarter-final between John Gower and Freeman Pakeeto Johnson. Or Johnston, should I say. I don't know, sorry, Sarah.
Matty Garrett and John Brown in Chicago, Chris Geary and Jojo Coleman Kashmir. Table 6, please.
Not going for the 13 down the rail, instead electing to play the 14 to give Sheldon a better shot at the 13. This will be some sort of pot if he makes it. He went for the double and he's made an absolute mess of it. There's a break there. Looks like he's scratched off the break, as I believe Scott took that.
Nice segue then, John. Straight.
Yeah, I need to remind myself to actually use the control panel, because it's put right in front of me. I've been given the responsibility.
I've got the controls here too.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that a touch screen?
No.
Oh, you can just... okay.
That's why it's easy to have that down there and we have that.
Electing to take the overs there, and I just wonder what the play was there. Oh no, it looks like he's taken the unders. For the unders, the play is a little bit easier. You're looking for the 7, but no, he's switched to the 9. He's switched to the 6, should I say. That is excellent. He's ended up right where he needs to for either the 2 or the 4 here. It's whether the 4 passes the 8. I don't think on this angle it does, so it would be better to play it first, because that leaves the 2 into the middle, and then if he's got enough of an angle here, he can just slide across the table to the left and then quite possibly leave Adam on the 5 down the rail here. He does actually, Shan. I've been to his man cave. He's done just enough there. Adam does have a shot down the rail. He's just got underneath it ever so slightly. Played it with speed to try and get the cue ball on the rail, as he has done for the 7, but always a better chance you're going to miss the ball doing that, but you take that risk because the reward would have been a lot better. It's an overcut there. He's done really well to overcut that, actually. This is a little bit tricky because the 3-ball plant on here, it just depends here on whether he can actually get through to the 3, and on this angle it looks like it is possible. He may be able to go off the rail and then flick in the 3 and perhaps leave the 7 to the middle pocket bottom of your screen. It is a possibility here as I see it, but then again I'm not at the table, because you know at the very least if you don't get on the 7 then you are on the 5. And he's actually going for the 5. Oh, what's happened here? Oh, what's happened here? There's a free... There must have been a foul that I didn't see, because it certainly didn't look like a free ball to my eyes anyway. Jesse must have fouled on that last shot. This is a long cut here. He's got to watch the 9 and the 14. But he's hit it really nicely. He's managed to miss those both by some distance, so Des and Adam 2-0 ahead of Jesse and Scott. No, you're not making things up, Shan, you are correct. Well, I mean, I got in and got out okay, so it mustn't be a trap. Mustn't be too much of a trap anyway. I see John Gower there basically saying to Freeman, I wanted to look to go in behind those two balls and perhaps pot the one in the corner, but we are back to the main table here, and Des looks like he's returned the favour with a scratch off the break. So early doors, both pairs of players struggling to control the cue ball off the break, and that could be quite could be a way of maybe sorting them out at the end of it. Certainly hope not. It'll be interesting to see how they manage to get on the 8 here. He might try and move it now. Oh, that's okay. Are you speaking for yourself there, Terry? No, I haven't been drunk enough to fall in his garden. It's tricky to reach over that far. Would have liked that maybe an extra roll of the ball, as in the angle 4 to the 2 is natural, but now possibly straight, or he has to manipulate the angle. Play the big draw. I reckon he's put the wrong side on that. I reckon he needed to draw that back with bottom right to get it to really spring off that rail. Instead it kind of died off the rail. It's almost like it hit the rail with inside English rather than outside, and that killed the speed.
So just an update, John, Freeman and John 1-0 up with the Sheldon.
Up and behind, does he get some sort of coverage? No, he doesn't. Wide open table here for Adam and Des. Can indulge that. Does it give you a good look at the spread of the table, doesn't it? And it also shows you what a great shot that was to access the middle of the table from there. He was slightly the wrong side of that to go there without putting some go on the ball. Yeah, you're right. That's what I was saying before, Mania. Bottom right, the cue ball would have hit the rail and gone towards the rail nearest the 2 instead of sort of dying off that side rail. Best way I was taught to look at that, if you're not sure what spin you need to take with the screw back off the rail, is that you just imagine playing the cue ball directly into that rail, and whichever side it takes off the rail is the side you need. More often than not, you'll find that it's the running English that you need, because you need the cue ball to widen off the rail to access a certain part of the table. he's cued that so beautifully. And Des there just tapping the table to say, good shot, Bo. Des can either draw this back or play with top. And he's maybe ran a little far, but he's good down the rail as Des, so Adam can just drop that in. And this for a quick 3-0 lead. And, well, it wiped its feet, but it dropped. Ball looked like it hit the rail quite soon, but it looked like Des put maybe a trace of inside English on that to sort of hold it off the rail. Get the ball to gear in off the jaw as well. 1-0 by the way in this match between John Gower, Freeman Pakaeto Johnston and Sheldon Kirby David Moyman. And John and Freeman. Well, Freeman plays for Papanui and John for Hornby. I'm not 100% sure which club they're actually representing here. Paul seems to think it's Papanui. Sheldon Kirby, Dave Moyman, both from Hokitika, although Dave used to play here in Christchurch for New Brighton. Looks like a bit of good news, bad news here for Jesse. Well, the good news is the cue ball's still on the table, and the bad news is that, in fact, all 16 balls are still on the table.
And I was right, Papanui won.
Well, usually are, so.
I've heard it that many times.
This is just begging for a clearance against the break. You give them odds on to make this too. Obviously there's a bit of work to be done. As you see the intricacies of positioning here, the players just trying to find exactly which route they need to take in order to, I would say, access the bulk end of the table, but you see how much the 2 comes into the equation. So let's sit between those balls. He's possibly got the 2 to the middle, or he's got the 4 to the corner. In fact, it's probably not the 2 that you're really worried about at this point, it's more the 1. The 5 looks like they want it last. If he's got an angle here or he can force one, then he can just kind of stun this and leave the 1 for the corner, which he has. He's going to play down on this to... Oh, lovely shot. He's so good at that, isn't he? It's a subtle little screw back, but he just plays it so well. A lot of players would have absolutely given that heaps, but you don't need to. You just need to cue it nicely. Adam there setting Des up nicely on the black here, and look for him to play this with maybe a trace of left. Oh, he's absolutely chonked it though. Oh dear, that was meant to be a trace of left, not the whole damn kitchen. He's had an absolute nightmare there. That would have been a great first ball, but Adam Shaw might have a chance at a cut here. I reckon this cuts inside the 13. I'll just give you the overhead. It's worth a go here. Boy of a shot if he makes it. Oh, he's going like Des. He's played it really poorly though. And he's locked the black up as well.
Chansung and Jacob Ward. Ashburn, table 8 please.
No.
Jason and Ruben Keats.
No, he's not, Shan. Dave Moyman and Sheldon Kirby knocked him out in the last 16. It just surprised me about as much as everyone else. but the champions from 2024 and 2023 will not have any further opportunities to make it 3 in a row. How has that 13 not dropped? Are you absolutely kidding? You would have bet your house and your farm and all of your farm equipment on that. But again, Des hasn't been able to find his range on that. He's miles away. It's so weird how that happens too, how you miss a black that you should pot, and then all of a sudden everything shot after that becomes difficult. Admittedly, that cut that Adam played was not an easy shot, but he missed it by, well, a long way, let's just say. And then Des missing that double by probably about 300 mil. The plant will do just nicely. How aggressive do you want to be with this? Well, he's taking the 10, so that answers that question. Oh, lovely shot. If he really wants to with the 14 over the bag, he can try and promote this 8 here. Maybe off the 1 rail and into the 8. No, he's tried to screw back into it. They're still there for him. That was the beauty of trying it there, is that if you don't move the 8, at least you're guaranteed to be on a ball. So 2-0 now to John Gower and Freeman against Dave Moyman, Sheldon Kirby in the other quarterfinal. You'll just want to spot the skew ball near the rail here. Yeah, it's much too hard, but it does offer up a bank here. I think it might be Jesse taking this shot, and he's absolutely nailed it. The cue ball's okay. For just a wee moment I thought he might have put that cue ball in the same pocket, but it tracked fine. So 3-1 now. Des and Adam still hold the lead, but Scott and Jesse now off the schneid. They're off and running. So that technique that Des has used to try to get the balls to all clump together, just running his hands over the balls to get them to sort of stick. So ball off the break here, and the cue ball remains on the table. So Adam and Des will get first bite of the cherry here. I would say so, Shan. At least right now, with the two biggest sharks being harpooned, you'd have to think that these guys would be your next favourites to win.
We've just finished the trophy event. Congratulations to Matt Lee and Mason Sider, Cashmere.
So Matt Lee and Mason Sider.
And Tim Shanahan from Waimea. Well done.
So Matt Lee and Mason Sider have won the trophy final. Just for you there, Sarah, if you're still watching.
Sharon was watching as well earlier.
So we've got enough room to play this through, then you can leave Des, as you can say, high on the 10, so that you can naturally come off the 1 rail around the 6 for the black. Well, he's got an angle there, so he'll be reasonably happy with this. Let's go around the 6. Oh no, through the gap. Okay, that works as well as any. And easy black this time accepted. So on the hill go Des Wilcox and Adam Shaw. Not been a lot of mess in this game, it's been pretty much open. The best players at potting balls win, and at the moment that's Des and Adam. There goes the two Hokitika lads versus the two Christchurch lads. It's the only Hokitika pairing in at this point to get to the quarterfinals. They've actually done incredibly well to get to this stage. Greg and I lost to them in the last 32. Greg and I were 3-1 up, race to 4, and we made an absolute mess of it. But then Dave and Sheldon went and only beat the reigning champions 2 years in a row to get to the last 8. And you always, the competitor in you always wants to see the players who beat you go on and do well, because you know that if they've gone and beaten you, then you just hope that they don't waste that opportunity and lose in the next round. You want them to go on and do as well as they can. There's also that little bit of brag that you can say, well, we lost to the eventual champions, but you ended up becoming a notch on their belt, so to speak. Whether there is any extra grace in that, I don't know, but I know it's always something you can claim if it happens to you. It's 9 down the rail here for Adam, and his rail shots haven't really been working for him. In fact, neither player's really been that great on rail shots out of these two. Because Des missed an easy black down the rail and bobbled another one. Adam had a ball just off the rail trying to cut it inside a ball near a pocket, and that was the black a few frames ago, and he missed it by a long way. It's going to have to be go time here for Scotty and Jesse. If that 6 passes, it could be handy. Don't think it passes 13 though. No, the 13's square in the way, but the 6 does look like it drops down to the the top left corner on the screen. And 4's also there, even though it's quite a tight cut. The danger taking the 6 obviously is your cue ball's running into the 9 and the 8, so you're not guaranteed any good position. Look at this for a shot though. Oh, if he's gotten on the 7, that's brilliant. If he's landed Scotty on the 7 and it passes, then that could be massive. Oh, it was just wide. You might have been thinking, just make sure you miss the 13 and you'll get this. Usually you'd be right, but not this time. He's just not really trying to pot that, he's just trying to put it in the way. There's a bit of extra security there with the 1 and the 2 being where they are. They've also got the 8 sewn up by the 9. I know I'd certainly want to be on the bigs if I were in this position here, even though it's not your shot. Because it's your opponents that have to make all the play here. Just go back to the end view just so we can see the score. because it's going to have to be Jesse and Scotty that make the play here. The other players under all the pressure at the moment. Off the 4, that wasn't intended, that's why Jesse held his hand out. Yeah, just a bit of good fortune there. Always need that when you're several frames down. He's made the 2 on, not in the way he would have intended to do so. I did see your comment, by the way, Carl, and thank you.
3-0 now.
John and Freeman, by the way, 3-0 up on Dave and Sheldon. And Scotty's just maybe saying to Jesse if we can screw back off this 2 and leave the cue ball dead underneath the 12. It does look like it goes to the middle pocket there. In fact, that might be what Jesse's trying to do now. And well, had that ball not been in the way or had not overcut it, that might have been true. He had a bit of license to go for that because of the black being tied up. It's funny to say that when it doesn't help you either that the black's tied up, but with these rules, how you can't snooker, it does actually give you the opportunity to pot some balls and then maybe lay a shot up on the black, and then you put the onus on your opponents not to snooker you, because that's obviously it's a free ball and you can't snooker. Two bites at this. You could go 13 off the rail into these 2, 14. He's choosing the 13, and that's not going to get it done. Has left Des potentially the 14 for the same shot here. It's the shot other shot that he could have played to get that split. It's definitely worth a go with the ball being over the pocket at the other end of the table. And Des has missed it as well. And 2 goes at it and neither player's made the split, and quite possibly here for Adam he's got another shot at it. If he's just off straight here, he can play through this. And he might be able to contact the 9 or the 8 and move the 8 away from the 9, or the 9 away from the 8. Definitely. Oh, you'd have a lot of people just not wanting to play if the game had no middle pockets. Okay, I think I see the play here. He's not quite gone up the rail as he would have liked. He wanted the cue ball to be somewhere near the middle pocket there on the left. Going to leave long and nasty, and he's basically saying to Scott, if you're good enough to pot this, you can have it. If you're not though, we're waiting for it. This absolutely must go. And he hasn't got it. Had the 4 to worry about, but the pot was the number 1 there. Just drop the sin with a little bit extra to get across. This is pretty much right on a plate for his partner here. This is to get to the semis. And well done Des Wilcox and Adam Shaw. 5-1 winners over Jesse Eastman and Scott Coe-Toole. Here's your other quarterfinal now that we have had a game finished on the main table. There's John Gower currently at the table and Freeman Pakeito Johnston, who enjoy a 3-0 lead over Sheldon Kirby and Dave Moyman. I don't think he's left Freeman on this. That's why he's kind of pointed to that side rail about where Freeman's got his cue. So he might be able to cut this down the rail here. Well, tell you what, it's not bad. It is a...
One view on this.
Yeah. I only got one view on this table, by the way, folks, so if you want me to switch, then I'm afraid it's not going to happen. Just like that hasn't happened for Sheldon. This for hill to nil for John. Ooh. Well, can resume your normal breathing pattern now. He played that quite conservatively because he knew that there was a chance of the scratch. Gonna have to get on their horses here. They really are. Something that Sheldon was doing a lot of against us was not leaving Davey great shots. Dave's done a great job of getting Sheldon the correct side of everything there. Both lefties, as you can see. That's not going to go. Oh dear, that's a harrowing miss. It always looks simple from up here though. And it couldn't have been any easier for Freeman. Just drains the black to go 4-0 up. Yeah, you're a little bit quick on there. You're a wee bit quick, Paul. Well, finally starting to see. It's good in many ways to actually see John Gower doing well in these tournaments because we know that he's got the ability to play. It's just that he seems to trip himself up on occasion. But in the pairs with Freeman, single frame away from being in the semis. Just wonder whether he might have found a partner to stick with here. A very calm sort of personality is Freeman. John obviously can be quite an intense individual, but sometimes you need somebody with a bit more calmness to them to really balance that out. And obviously Adam and Brett are kind of like that too. I mean, Adam's the more grounded of the two, I would say, and Brett's... You see the intensity that he brings every time he plays. Channel that in the right direction, and not only is he a very good player by himself, but he makes an incredible partnership with Adam. Could very well be seeing the same dynamic here between John and Freeman. Tried to just sneak that past the 3, but it's like trying to sneak sunrise past a rooster there. Sometimes, well, in fact, that never works. Never going to sneak sunrise past a rooster. Looked like a deliberate layup there for Dave. I like this. This is the way that a lot of players play this. They just want to get at it. And they're 4-0 down, they just want to get something happening. Get some balls potted, get a frame under their belt, get themselves off the schneid. But I like the more mature response that Dave had, and that similarly is quite a mature shot from Freeman. Again, there's a half a chance of a finish. I mean, that's a good first ball from Sheldon. He's now given him and Dave a fighter's chance of maybe winning this frame, or at least getting ahead. It's just tracked away from the rail slightly. Sheldon was about to assume the position. In the end, that's a pretty good result from Dave there. He's forced John to think exclusively about how he's going to attack the 9 and the 15 here. Oh dear, that is a massive miscue. You could see him almost rock back and forth as he was about to cue that ball, and sometimes when you get your timing wrong on that, then your cue goes down too low on the ball, and that's where you miscue those. And Sheldon there looked like he was trying to pot that, but parking it, not a bad second prize. When you're overs, you really are under the cosh here, aren't you? And the thing is from here is that you've got an opportunity maybe to win a frame when you're dead to rights, really. It's pretty fair to say that overs would be dead to rights here, but Freeman can maybe tie something up here. And I think he was trying to sneak the cue ball through and maybe force Dave into taking the one. If he'd managed to park at the other side of the 13, it was a chance. Okay. Well, that wasn't touched, and there was no call. There was no ball and play call, so that stays down. That could be massive. They did not call a ball and play before the shot was taken. That could very well cost them here. It's an important rule to know in this rule set.
And that's Ronnie, you can see the shadow of you.
Oh?
That's Ronnie standing by the table.
So Ronnie's the referee for this match. You can see him just to the right of your screen with his colourful shoes. Big shout out to Maya shoes, by the way. I was wearing a pair of those myself before I unceremoniously got dumped out of the tournament. And then I decided I wasn't fit to be wearing them anymore, and I changed. So Dave and Sheldon's innings come to an end here. You can see straight through to the 13. I think he can. He might just play the 10 here just to continue the domination of the frame that they now have. Oh, Johnny, what are you doing though? I'm surprised he played it that way. I really am. I thought he was going to play it more towards the 13. He had to have known there was a chance at a snooker there if he did that. I just wonder if Dave can cut this in. I don't think he can. He's just going to try and ugly it up as best he can, and presuming none of these balls are onto the middle, that could very well be a good shot. There's got to be a plant on somewhere, or at least he can try and ugly the black up further here. Yeah, he's just going to push that onto the black and just take his medicine. That's that other good part about having that foil of somebody who's more calm or what have you. What a shot that is. Now then, this frame changes possibly once again. does the black pass the 13? Because if the black passes the 13, then Sheldon's going to be... Sorry, not Sheldon. Dave's going to be trying to pot this. Oh, I tell you what. Oh, we got it. Now. Just sneak this past the 13. Oh, we just caught the 13 on the way through. Got to make a good shot here, though. Focus on potting the ball. Oh dear, he's absolutely missed it entirely. A little bit touchy this though. Was it a fair shot? No, it was a fair shot. I was almost waiting for the referee to make a call there because he was sniffing all over it. But it's a fair shot. So 4-1 now.
Yellow.
To John and Freeman over Sheldon and Dave, but massive opportunity to sew it up there and then goes begging. Oh, nothing off the break. Always when you need one off the break, if you're trying to fight your way back into the game, 8 times out of 10 you'll end up with a dry break. Are you talking about the shot that Dave played on the black there, Terry? Well, the referee was there, so obviously he saw nothing wrong with it. I don't have enough of a view to make a call. I'm not a ref either, so leave that one to Ronnie. Maybe a half chance here for Dave. He's obviously queuing at the 9, is he? He's going to take bigs. Oh, what a drill down the rail. What a ball to start. All the pressure on that shot is delivered. There is a plant here if Dave wishes to take it, but the 10 also looks like it will fall, or it will be playable from here. Just snuck it past the 15. It must have been a close run thing. That'll do nicely. It's given Dave a good shot at the 13 here. The biggest problem's going to be that 14. So how are you going to get onto that? If there's any angle on this, then that could be your answer, but I mean, the angle could be going towards the long rail here, in which case you're going to have to top this through and cue it really well. Oh, I think the cue ball was going that way too. He missed the pot. He would have actually got the split, I reckon, if that ball had dropped. You can see why Sheldon was so annoyed and why he whacked the table on his way through. Because that was the chance right there to halve the deficit. Oh, he's just overhit that, but where the 11 and I think the 14 are here, you'd be saying they're more than odds on to get back to the table. Double to the middle as well wide. Nothing wrong with that. That was, for me, that was the shot. You always accept that it's a big risk. Oh, Freeman, he's just had a hack at it. Is this a free ball? I don't think so. I think Sheldon can see the whole ball here. Does he go for the double? Does he face double this? Oh, he has. He's pushed the 6 safe as well. He's not left Dave much, but net positive with the 6 going safe. Ah, dirty grind. I think he was trying to half ball that, get it off the rail, get it into play, and put the pressure right back on John here, but he's left the 14 somewhat killed still. Good first ball from John here. Giving Freeman maybe a go at releasing the 6 here. If he can get the cue ball to go past the black, then he could very well crash into the 6. No, the black got in the way. Well, that's a bonus though. If you're confident playing the 6 and you can get the cue ball off the rail enough so it's not a free ball if you miss, and that for me is the shot. Also, of course, you're needing to think, well, can I actually get my bridge hand down okay? And John's decided no. Wasn't confident to try to bridge over the 1, so that's why he's taken the ball over the pocket. Right, I've got a co-commentator sat next to me, Paul Morris.
Either or, they both work.
Yeah, especially if it's you.
Yeah.
Ball down the rail there from Freeman, and that's now given John.
Nice wee angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Possibly a little bit too much angle there, but I think that's workable.
Yeah, I mean, the 14 could come into play here. Maybe not this shot, but if Freeman leaves John a similar angle on the 1, there is a school of thought that says to take the 1 now, but you're probably risking too much on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think he tried to sit it over the bag, did he?
Yeah, sort of hit it a bit hard if he's doing that, but what he's done now is with a wee bit of extra angle there, he's taken the 14 away from the play a bit there. It looks like he could miss it if he thins it enough. No, I tell lies.
He hit that way fat.
Yeah.
Way fat.
Yeah, the tyranny of distance there, if that was a bit closer. Maybe the stunt screw back was a bit more viable there.
Oh, look at the jaw come into play.
Mind you, you may as well have a go, 4-1 up in a race to 5. Famous last words, of course.
Oh dear, that's a horrible miss.
Yeah, Dave won't be pleased with that. He's been, what I've seen of him potting this weekend, he's been doing a lot better than that, so...
It just looked tentative, didn't it? It's almost like he was trying to guide it in rather than put it in.
Yeah, that wee shoulder drop that decelerates and throws the line off. Yeah.
Cut by Freeman.
Yeah,
look at the cue ball though.
It's turning into a comedy of errors. Perhaps I should leave.
No, you've come at just the right time. Big black, this. Just put a good stroke on it, don't smack it. Oh, Sheldon.
Wow.
Sheldon Kirby, dear oh dear.
Well, that was.
Well, that being said, mind you, your partner should have potted at the shot before.
Yeah.
But Sheldon will feel absolutely sick with that.
Yes, that's definitely the get out of jail free card used. And at this time, it's sayonara, baby.
Yeah, John does the needful. 5-1 they win over Sheldon Kirby and Dave Moyman.
Yeah.
And we're going to take the mead.
So we're going to cut.
How to fence with smart posts. Step 1. Strain your wires or netting. Step 2. Drive in your smart posts. Step 3. Add in your dropper wire. Step 4. Pull the wire through the top hole and tie it off. Step 5. Add your electric fencing if you need it. And there you go. A brand new farm fence installed in half the time. Smart post. Fencing in fast form.
No easy way to tell your mate who's done all this fantastic work getting the stream up and running that he's misspelt the title of the video. Well, sort of things happen.
Definitely a first world problem anyway.
Yeah. Could certainly have worse, couldn't you?
Yeah. Terry, if that's the only time you ever see that in your life, my friend, then you've had a very sheltered life.
Yes. You've been either living in a commune or you've been a Jehovah's Witness most of your life.
Yeah. Well, ironically, you should mention the commune thing. I think
Dave's
Dave's
Gloria Vale.
No. I think Dave's just about there with his lifestyle out over the coast.
In the
I
sticks.
think he's just moving. Yeah. From what I briefly mentioned, I don't know if it's a commune, but it's just a little wee lifestyle thing with a bit more land. Lovely little place from what he's describing it.
Commune adjacent.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a few games in the
Anyway, you won't need to be
main
slapping them,
flight.
Terry. They'll be doing it themselves.
Is it main flight, is it? Or actually, this other game that you see here, sort of in the middle of your screen, is another quarterfinal, I believe. Ryan King and Jordan Maihe against, it looks like Jason Martin and Dean Garnett.
Yeah.
Don't have a score for you there. But also you've got, in another quarterfinal, you've got Richie Whitty and Paul Blackler up against Mitch and Don Gourlay.
They've been going quite a while.
Well, both of those pairings were lucky to qualify. They both just snuck in. And Mitch was saying yesterday about how, I think it was Don said yesterday about how he seems to struggle to play with Mitch. Well, remember about 7 years ago when they went all the way to the semi-finals in the Nationals? But it could very well be because that was regular pairs, this is Scotch. But they seem to be reprising some of that form here.
It's a different beastie, this, which I'm sure everyone's alluded to in the going on with the Scotch bits. But but the father-son pairing is always something I envy a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a few
This
of them
father-son
around.
pairing. There goes Sam Hopkinson just walking
Playing with
away.
Ricky, Jason and Reuben Keats, or even Marianne and Braden.
Yeah,
I'd love to have
mother
one
and
of
son pairing.
love to have one of my kids playing.
How many kids have you got
4.
that you know of?
No, that I'm admitting to.
Oh.
No, I've only
That
got
you're
4.
paying for still?
No. No, I'm a sheltered. Had a sheltered life, my friend.
Really?
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay. We find Mr. Southwest. Well, I've gotten over my disappointing loss earlier, with you, no doubt.
Yeah. You got home quickly, my
Nonetheless.
friend. I saw you walking out not long ago.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's not a day for going home and doing the garden, is it?
No, it's not. I think Jordan and Ryan must have won that frame, or they're just about to. Yeah.
No, it's-
They're a bloody good pairing, those two, aren't they?
yeah.
Because they actually won the Coast to Coast pairs in 2023 in New Plymouth.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan, of course, comes from there, and Jordan travelled to there that year and last year to play with him in that. Because Greg and I went up to play that same tournament last year.
Okay.
I mean, it's a really good, lovely club, and it's a really good tournament, that. It's where Greg and I were made to feel right at home there. But we were two of only, I think, 3 people who came from the South Island to play. It was Greg and I, and then Geordie. Everyone else was from the North Island. I'm just hoping that the North Islanders who have decided to play in the South Island event feel as welcome as we were. It's a shout out to all the North Islanders playing in this event, by the way.
And in the ladies as well as here.
Yep.
There's a bit of discussion about the traps, about eligibility and things like that, but bring it on. You want to play the best players, it doesn't
Agreed.
matter where they're from.
Agreed. Tomo, good to have you on, and yes it was. Not often you see a Hokitika pairing getting as far as the quarterfinals in a big tournament like this, but Sheldon and Dave proving that it is possible. I've always been of the belief that if they want to come and play in the South Islands, because they're obviously giving up quite a lot to be here. There's a lot of time involved, there's a lot of money involved, time off work, what have you. They're eligible to play in this if they are a member of a South Island Chartered Club. If they want to play in it, then they should be allowed to. And it makes our competition better.
Yeah.
And it also spreads the word too, if we do a really good job of hosting them, that we could even get more come over.
Yeah, and like I say, if do the job here, do the job there, you're picking up ways things are run, and it's actually unifying things.
Yeah, well,
in a lot of ways.
It sends a message to the North Island committee, or the people who run things in the North Island for their events, that these are the improvements that you need to make for people to want to play in them. That you've got the fringe players who are maybe or maybe not going to stay and play in the North Islands. Some of them have been drawn to play in the South Islands for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But if you want them back playing in your event, then this is what you need to improve on. Do what we're doing in the South.
Yeah, and there's lessons learned from the north as well. Just
Oh, yeah. And tall in the upper match.
okay.
Got some score updates from the other two semis. 2 each between Richie Whitty and Paul Blackler versus Don and Mitch Gourlay, and then 4-3 Ryan King and Jordan Maihei up against Jason Martin and Dean Garnett. Jason and Dean from the lower North Island.
Playing Waikanae, isn't it? Is that they play Waikanae?
Could be. I know that Jason has played out of City Club. They could be playing out of City Club Palmerston North. Because I know that the Aldersons, which are similar sort of stable, that they used to play out of Upper Hutt, but I think they've now moved.
Yes, they definitely have gone playing out of Waikanae, those.
Yeah.
They seem to be making strides, that club.
Waikanae.
Yeah, with the pool scene.
And also the Vista Club, which is nearby, which is more of a snooker club. With, young Riley and a bit of Brent Wells dropping in every so often. Also, just a quick congratulations while we're here to Simon Singleton and Baden Jackson for winning the pairs again this year for the North Islands. They repeated as champions, looking to take the mantle that Brett and Adam did have until they obviously got beaten earlier today.
Yes, a bit of a boil over.
In terms of an unexpected result.
Yes. But Sheldon and Dave did play well. They were on the table next to us. I was watching some of that while I should have been concentrating on what I was doing.
Is that why you're here?
Well, no. Yeah, yes, no. Basically, I'm here because theoretically you should be putting balls in the pocket, not next to them or just beside them. It's a concept that needs further exploration in my game.
No further explanation, but further exploration.
Yeah. Yes.
I was talking before.
Just hoping there is a participation award today.
Yeah. Usually that would be the flight event.
Yeah.
I was talking before, and you've got a bit of experience on this, Paul, about what it can be like to have a pairing where one of the players is quite intense in the way they go about things, and they're paired with somebody who's a lot calmer. Now you've got, as we saw, John Gower, who can be quite an intense personality, playing with Freeman Pakiuta Johnston, whose heart rate never looks like it goes above 60.
Yeah, if that.
But then you've got obviously Adam Lilly and Brett Defaria. Adam the calmer of the two, generally, and then you've got Jordan Maihei and Ryan King. Now, Jordan for me is one of the most intense players I've ever seen in terms of just the hunger he brings to the game. Ryan can be that way as well, but he tends to slip more into the calmer mode, don't we?
Yeah, that's. You really need to have a gel with this game, not more so than normal pairs. If you've got someone that is intense, it can affect the other player, because you end up playing for your opponent rather than playing the game. It's detrimental.
You mean playing for your partner?
Worrying about what your partner wants you to do rather than actually playing the right shot, and because it's the right shot. You don't have a go, you tend to become a bit tentative, stilted.
You're almost playing in fear of making a mistake, aren't you?
Yes, no freedom in your game.
you want to feel like you're actually playing every shot for yourself, even though it is pairs. You want to know that your partner is going to, if you make a mistake, your partner's just going to say, "Oh, on to the next one."
Yeah.
It doesn't bother them so much.
If you can bring that enjoyment of actually being at the table and playing, and with the relaxed and loose, everyone knows how well you practice compared to how well you play in competition. If you can bring that attitude of the relaxation and the mentally and you feel loose when you're playing, but with the edge of the competition for thinking and strategizing, then you're going a long way towards getting there, and it gets rid of that issue between partners. I'm not sure I explained that very well, how I feel about that. It's you have to be comfortable with your partner, and they have to be comfortable with you. And if you're standing there and you've got your head in your hands when they're playing a shot, that's giving off a vibe that's not going to help anyone.
No.
No,
because that's going to filter onto you, isn't it?
So the Freeman factor, where your heart rate never goes over 60, even though you might be surging with adrenaline, you're giving the appearance that you're just the Iceman. I see that's on his shirt.
Jason Keats.
And
Freeman as well,
Freeman,
yes.
Yeah, both of them with the Iceman on their shirts. If you've got that vibe, then that's going to help your partner as much as you. So you've got the common goal, of course, help you both. So
there's a lot to be said for just staying in the moment, isn't there? And I find that the calmer players tend to stay in the moment better, don't they?
Yeah, and don't lose focus. They don't let don't let the fluke upset them that the opponent gets. It wins them the frame. Just worry about the next frame.
Or even the poor shot that your partner's just played. Your partner could play an absolute howler of a shot, and you're standing there thinking, well, why the hell's he done that? But you're not actually conveying that. You're not blowing a raspberry or blowing a gasket, or when your partner comes back towards you saying, why the hell did you do that? You basically try to give off the impression that, that's just part of the game, it's okay. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, you can't get upset because it does no one any good. The only people it does any good to is your opponent, whose tails start lifting a little bit.
I just wonder if that frame might be over. No? Okay. I was just looking at that frame between Ryan and Geordie and Dean and Jace.
No, that's still going.
Still going.
Yeah.
There's a lot of clapping going on, so they must be getting quite close to the finish of this frame. Yeah. This will be 4-all if they manage to win this. Yep, there you go. They're picking the balls out of the holes.
Yeah, 4-all. So, sort of like the money's worth. But the expectation at this stage of the tournament anyway, you don't expect 5-0s at this point.
There's no way I'd get a camera over there.
Could you type that out? Just quick scores. Yeah, so we're getting some bonus pool for at least the game that we can't really see much of, unfortunately, but we can't get a camera over there, so I'm sorry, folks.
Even if I could, the amount of people in the way, you wouldn't see much more than you do there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as much as we would like to see the game. It's not worth it in the grand scheme.
Listening to the All Blacks on the radio as opposed to seeing it on the TV.
Well,
even the black and white one with the lines.
Yeah. Well, this is where I'd come in handy though, because I could actually announce what's happening. But unfortunately, it's a bit harder when you can't see anything here.
Yeah.
Besides us telling you what the score is, it just gives us a chance to shoot the proverbial, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it's another frame in the Gourlay Black-Lewitty clash. It's happening over there. No one's shaking hands, so there must be
there's no hill or the game hasn't finished.
No.
Good. That's a good question, Paul. We were just about to touch on that. We know the score was 2-2 before. I do not know who won that frame. I think Paul may be going over to, or somebody may be just going over to just give us a score update. Well, I certainly hope so.
Yeah.
This is Paul. The other job that Paul does very, very well, this is Paul Chivers we're talking about, is that if we don't have a scheduled match on the stream tables, he becomes our roving reporter. Like, he gets up, has a look around, tries to get some scores or what have you. That might be him just over there, just having a check of the scorecard just behind Paul Blackler there. Yeah, that is him.
Yeah, we'll have something for you in a minute, Inchi. At this current point in time, I think Mr. Whitty has gone out to the ladies' room.
Gone to check on it, has he?
May well have done. His mental preparation may be working its way through his body.
Yep. Looks like a miss from Jason there, unless he was attempting to play a safety shot.
Dean's still at the table, but Jason's shaking his head. He was walking away. Oh no, apologies. That was Ryan there.
Innings over.
I think we all know that feeling.
It's what they call it in 9-ball, I believe, or at least the Americans do anyway. Playing on a 9-foot table, is your turn at the table is called an inning. Well, it's like baseball, isn't it?
Yes.
It's like using the term bank or rail or cue ball instead of the alternative terms that the English use for them.
Yeah, speaking of which, side in English.
Yeah, English, funnily enough, being an American term for side.
Yes, different, totally, two nations
carom instead
separated
of
by
billiard.
the same language.
Carom instead of billiard. Or combination instead of plant. Because the English call it a plant, whereas the Americans call it a combination.
Oh, there we go.
Cheers, Paul.
Yeah. So, for those of you that don't have the screen, 4-all Jordan, Ryan over Dean and Jason, and Mitch and Don are 3-2 over Richie and Paul.
Looks like a ding-dong affair in that deciding frame too, between Jordan, Ryan and Dean and Jace.
Yeah.
This is where having somebody like Dean Garnett must be a massive boon, because he's excellent at playing tactical pool. He's one of the best tactical players in the country, in my opinion. Imagine having a guy like that on your side, and especially if the frame does go niggly.
Yeah, that looks like a fair, interesting little cluster over there, so that could well be where we're headed.
He's just gone and stuck one over the bin, so he might have taken the control of that frame.
To be fair, the Goulet-Whitty Blackler match has been going a while. They started not very long after we started our flight match on the table next to them.
Well, you know how slow Paul can be, though, right?
Well, yeah.
I'm going to fully have a go at him here for that, because I know he'll probably listen to this and have a wee laugh.
Yeah, that's a detrimental thing with Scotch pairs to my mind, is even if you do stick to your 30-second shot rule, if you're playing normal pool, you might take 30 seconds for your first one as you discuss it with your partner, and then you take 10 to 12 seconds for each shot after that. In this game, you go out to your maximum 30 seconds for most shots.
Yeah.
And that drags it on for a long time. And if you have a shortage of referees, as they did this morning, in the pool room out of the hall, then people are just going to take advantage.
Well, it becomes impossible to police, doesn't it? If you don't have the referees, you're asking the players to police themselves, and unfortunately, as we've seen year on year, it often doesn't happen, does it?
No. So, to my mind, the Scotch pairs is you need to factor in that time thing with Scotch pairs. Smaller sections,
Agreed.
Longer days, whatever it is, it takes a lot longer to play than standard pairs. Or what are we going to call the normal pairs game now?
Traditional pairs
Traditional
is what I call
pairs.
it. I will still go on record as saying that Scotch is a better form of pairs than traditional because it is a true pairs game. But yes, that is one big negative to it, especially when frames are quite tight or the players are a bit tight themselves. They tend to play more conservative pool, or you're unsure what shot to play, so you get your partner over to discuss it, and that takes a long time, and then that ends up being catchy.
Yes.
It's a bit like with me and Greg, and when we were playing Tristan and Zari earlier on in the day, is that none of the four of us ever had a groove going. It was a terrible match, to be quite fair, and we ended up winning that game, but I mean, none of us really felt like we got into a groove, and there was a lot of discussion about what shots to play and how to play them, because we weren't confident really to take a lot on.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks Vicky. It's good to have you watching from Auckland now, are you? You back in Auckland?
Yes, you've been around the traps quite a bit lately, Vicky, one way or the other, with travel.
Is that the one and only Beck Scott just walked out of the screen there to the left? Just making her way around, just very left of your screen now, next to Lionel, just giving somebody a hug. I'm pretty sure that's Beck Scott over there, although you can barely see her. Yeah, it'd be nice if she'd show her face more to the camera, but...
Travelled up from Timaru, well done.
One thing I've discussed this with, I think I discussed this one with you, Vicky, when we were commentating together, but what do you think about Simon Singleton playing in both singles events, both island singles events? Because he's playing, I believe today he played in the morning,
Yes.
in the North Islands, and he's coming back here tomorrow morning to play in section play in the South Islands, and then he's going back to Auckland for Friday to play post section in the North Islands, and then back here on Saturday to play post section South Islands. I've never ever seen that before.
No, that's certainly making a point about the timing, isn't it, one way or the other?
I don't like... I'm going to go on record as saying this, and somebody's probably going to give me a stick for this, but...
If you say what I think you're going to say, it may be me.
No, I'm just saying that the North Island, for what they've done with that, was... I don't agree with it. If you're going to make players only play in one, only the island of origin, or the island that they reside in, it should have been locked down as a rule. If people didn't want that and you put that to a vote, however that works, and it's voted on that it should be that way, that's fine, I've got no issue with that. But the North Island have tried to do it themselves, to my knowledge, by having their event the same week as ours.
Yeah.
What they didn't do, however, was sync the competitions up 100%.
Yeah.
So it allows Simon to do what he's doing, and I think good on him.
I mean, we were discussing before how it's good to see the North Island players here and vice versa with the South Island going there. If there's any manipulation of the draw, to allow him for timing, then I am totally against that. But if the draw is done naturally with rankings and he's scheduled to play when he's scheduled without any manipulation, and it's possible to do it, then either we have an issue with people playing in both islands or we don't. So if he can manage that with the travel and the cost and all of that, he wants to do that, all power to him, to my mind. But if there's been any manipulation of the draw to allow him to do that with timings, then that is unfair to all
the
players.
player, wasn't it?
Yeah. So we've either got the support for players being able to move between islands to play in both of the timings there, or we don't. And we've sort of agreed that it's okay, but now we've got a situation that we've got a player that's actually doing that to the nth degree, and well, I don't think we can disagree with that because we've said it's okay to do it and it's possible to do it, apart from the manipulation factor. So I can't, if he's playing in the morning in both, and his seedings would suggest to me that he's
number one seed in both events.
In both of them, and they're on different days, then I can't see that that's any manipulation there. So
well, what's happened here? Well, hang on,
Ooh.
sorry to cut you off. Oh, this is for the win, I think. Back to the middle, he's got it.
He's got it.
Just what we could see there. Dean Garnett and Jason Martin have just beaten Jordan Maihei and Ryan King to go into the semi-finals.
So they will be playing the winner of the other table that we're waiting on over there.
Okay, so we're not going to get any games on just yet, I'm guessing.
No, and imagine it'll be a wee while before they want to put the semis out at the same time.
Oh, why not?
Yep.
They want to put them on the two stream tables too.
Yep, so we're waiting on the table over there. Relay game.
Jack Daniels.
With a tall glass?
Yeah. Samara Meads has got a bit of skin in this game because Jason is her brother-in-law. Jason married to Chelsea Martin, who is Samara's sister. What a big get that is. Geordie and Ryan would have been slated as one of the favourites to win this.
Yes, it would have been interesting to see
the
where that
quarterfinal hurdle.
Yes, it would have been good to see that play itself out.
Yeah, just to go back to your previous point, I believe there is some schism between the islands with players playing in both events, or which events that they should be allowed to play in. There's some sort of disconnect there, I believe, because from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but this is just my understanding, is that most of the South Island based players that I've talked to about this are supportive of the North Island based players coming here and playing in the South Island event, and you'd have to hope that that extends the other way round. If our South Island players want to go and play in the North Islands, they should be allowed to the same way. But what I'm getting here is that there are more North Island based players who don't want that themselves. They don't believe that the North Island players should be able to play in the South Island and vice versa.
We sort of get into this state of origin type scenario then, don't we?
Yeah, because what we've had a lot with originally with Queensland, at least in the 80s, is that your players were born in Queensland, played rep footy in Queensland, or then they got poached for New South Wales clubs. They weren't allowed to play in Queensland anymore, but then the state of origin allowed them to represent Queensland again. now what you've got a lot of is it's almost the opposite, where you've got players who were born outside of Queensland but have still made the eligibility criteria to play for Queensland, and who represent Queensland. It's funny how that works, eh?
Yeah, it's Australian rules, not ARL per se, but Australian rules seem to be always find a way around things.
Yeah.
Very good at it. The only way we can have the South Islanders only playing in the south, north only in the north, is to have everything scheduled exactly the same by the looks of it. You pays your monies and you takes your picks whichever way you want to go, north or south.
On table 12, Chris Geary and Jojo Coleman Cashmere, Jim Singh and Jacob White Ashburton.
Yeah, well,
table 12 for your
that's
semi-final, please.
If the North Island Nicole, if the North Island wanted to play that game, these might sound like fighting words, but if the North Island wanted to play that game, then they should have scheduled everything at exactly the same time. They've left the door slightly ajar for Simon to do what he's doing. I don't believe Simon has manipulated the draw in any way. I believe he's the seed that he is because he's earned it.
Yep.
And he's going to be facing a lot of adversity for what he's doing, but also there's going to be a lot of hoping everything goes his way. Flights, transport to and from airports, that he's not hella tired, that he actually gets enough sleep to function, that he qualifies in both events. That should be a given, but nothing is ever a certainty. He's got to have a lot of things happen his way for this to even be possible.
I haven't had a discussion with Simon about his opinion on being eligible to play for both islands, but whatever way you look at it, what he's done this year, he's actually created a situation that will make a lot of people make a call one way or the other. So if that was his intention, by exploiting the disconnect between the two islands to force them to coordinate more, then he's doing a really good job with that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So Jason Martin and Dean Garnett versus either Richie Whitty, Paul Blackler or Mitch and Don Gourlay will be our main streamed game when this game finishes. It's just the one's quarterfinal to finish, and then we've got our 4 semi-finalists. Yeah, I do agree with you there, Paul. I mean, and Simon does like to stir the pot too, doesn't he? And he'll be one of the first people to tell you that.
Yeah.
But the way he does so is to draw attention to something that he believes is wrong or believes should be better.
Yeah.
And obviously this should be better. If you don't want your players playing out of Ireland, then it should be done at the AGM, and it should be done by vote, i.e. follow all the right processes to do so.
Yeah.
Is that a red ball?
That's the other thing too, Victoria.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's the other thing that needs to go right.
Oh, yeah.
Is that how often do players lose their cue? I mean, you lost yours.
Yeah.
You were playing with somebody else's step most of the time. I mean, somebody might misplace. I should put comma misplaces cue.
It's not unfeasible to have a queue in each island if you're playing in both.
If you've got the
I think from what I can gather with discussion and reading Simon's posts and that he's more in favour of a more organised, centralised administration in New Zealand.
Well, there's not really, is there? Obviously, with what's happened here, there's not.
No, and this is highlighting a a chink in the, I won't say a flaw in the system, but a chink in the system that it's opening up discussion, as we're doing now, about the ins and outs of this, the good, the pros and the cons, and it's obviously going to lead on to further discussion maybe, and help push for a more organised organised administration between the two islands. We've got, obviously, you go to the North Island, they're using one form of programming for tournaments. In the south, depending where you go, most of the Canterbury ones are standardised, but sort of different ways and means.
Yeah.
So that means that you're sort of limited for who can do what. If God forbid Tracy becomes incapacitated for any reason in the South Island, then succession planning becomes an issue, and if you've got different systems, it's not easy. How can I put it? The dramas from the problems that occurred at Manurewa last year at the Nationals, for example, with problems with the program, because from my understanding, I was there, but I don't have a full knowledge of the ins and outs. It came about through a little bit of an experience with the program, from what I can gather. Stuff keyed in the wrong place. So anything that can be done to help with the training and succession planning for these tournament controllers, so we do get a standardised system and processes, it's got to be a good thing. Anything we can do to help with standardising administration of the game, to the betterment for all, rather than have things splinter off. We've got, if you think about it, in New Zealand, you've got billiards, you've got snooker, you've got 9-ball, BCA, MASA, you've got Clubs New Zealand, the international rules game, Super League is kicking off. It's becoming more and more popular. This thing's clashing now. We try and organise things around, but it's just the calendar's becoming so full that there's always clashes somewhere between snooker and pool and BCA, 9-ball. So we're definitely not short of an options for Q Sports. There's usually something happening on every weekend from about March through to October. You take your pick, you just do what you want with that. So, but it's all seems so splintered. There should be, it's debatable whether there's enough room for everything. There's competition for players. Clubs New Zealand seems to be growing. Super League certainly growing. There's a lot of common players in both. 9-ball seems to be kicking off. Overseas people coming to New Zealand and starting to play. That's a game that's taking off there. It's the old school snooker and billiards that seem to be losing the battle, and it would be a pity for the traditional ones to go, but they take a long time comparatively. Now, a frame of billiards, a frame of snooker takes a long time to play comparatively, and everyone seems to just want to come in and do their thing and get moving on. Right, we're just going to go off here for a little bit, and we'll be back shortly. just discussing what we're going to discuss. We'll work something out. We'll just start and see where it leads.
Oh, Camellia coming in hot from the top rope. The big deal, I believe, is just the fact that there's no set mandate on it, or it doesn't seem like there's one. If the overwhelming vote is to have them at the same time and so you can only play in one, then so be it. I'm fine with that. I like the status quo, or what should have been the status quo, in that you can, they're on different weeks, you can play in both if you want to. I wasn't that way inclined when the opportunity first arose. I thought, oh, what are you doing? But I since warmed to it. I just don't like the way that it's happened, that it's almost like they've half-assed it. If there's a better term than that, I know there is, but that's just how I'm going to put it.
More along the lines they've had a go and haven't quite got over the line, to be fair. But yeah,
Half pie effort.
yeah, that just shows, okay, we'll have it on the same week, but there's no coordination, and I think that's the main point that is coming through from this, is the lack of coordination between the two islands. Yeah, sure, it's on the same week, but now you've got the situation where you can still have that flaw in it, where the intention is to have them in the same week, but now you've got the flaw where you can actually play in both.
Yeah.
So
That you've got a player who's got the means, the ability and the drive to do so, and he's doing it. You can't hate on him for that. I mean, good on him. If he wins both events, it'll be historic, but I'll be one of the first people in there shaking his hand saying, well done, Simon.
Yep. Yeah.
Whether he should or he shouldn't be allowed to do it, that for me is a moot point. He's able to do it, so he should be allowed to.
To my mind, it comes back to this. Yes, I actually like having the North Island players come down here. I want to play against as many players as I can.
Yeah.
Different players as I can.
Look at the calibre of players who have come down to play in this event. Like Ryan King, for example. All of the mob who came from the lower North Island. You've got Dean Garnett, you've got Jason Martin, you've got the Alderson brothers.
Yep.
I mean, you've got Brett DeFaria, obviously with Adam, yes, in the pairs, but also in the singles. I mean, you've got some really, really good players from the North Island who have decided to take the time, effort, money to come down here and play in the South Island, and good on them, and it makes our competition better for it.
Yeah. Not much to say to that, to my mind. That's what it is. So if you're going to do it, schedule things so that they're together. Do it so that they're together but the same.
If you want to close the window or the loophole, then it needs to go through the right channels. It probably will get discussed at the AGM for the South Islands on Saturday, and quite possibly North Islands on Friday. But really the best avenue I should say, should be the AGM at the Nationals in Invercargill.
Yeah.
Really do need to put this one to bed for me.
Yeah, the discussion last year at Manureil was sort of inconclusive, from my memory of what was there. I haven't actually seen the minutes. That was a very messy AGM, by the way.
What was it? Just a lot of mudslinging and...
No, not at all.
No?
I thought messy, and without criticism of the people that was there, it was administered poorly. We had more votes for some motions than there were delegates.
Jesus, how does that happen?
It was got messy. There was one vote where a section of the room wasn't visible to the chairperson, so their votes weren't counted in the totals. It's like...
How do you get to that point? How do you mess it up that badly?
No, but not picking holes in that. It's just that was a very, and for those sort of reasons, it was a very inconclusive meeting as far as it went. So, yeah, this, a whole lot of factors. Yeah, Healy, it was, interesting one way or the other.
So
I
seems
can't
like
recall
quite a
exactly
few
what
things.
happened. Yeah.
It seems like quite a few things were not done the correct way, should I say?
Yep.
Without trying to throw shade at anyone.
No, it is what it is, and it's probably not the first time. It won't be the last. You don't have, you're there for it's a social event. You're there for a sport. You don't have professional administrators.
No.
People do their best, and
nothing's ever perfect, but we're too far away from it, in my opinion.
Yeah. So we've got the situation. I can't remember exactly what there was discussion about the north-south. In my memory, it was inconclusive.
One thing I love, and this is going back to the social aspect of having players allowed to play in both events, the way that it was set up so that the North Islands and the South Islands were on different weeks, is that pool is inherently a social game. Yes, you want to win, yes, you want to do well, but it is a chance to catch up with your mates from the opposite island that you probably only really get to see at the Nationals if you all play in them. So you catch up with people you haven't met for 6 to 12 months maybe, or even sometimes longer if you've been out of the game. You get to rekindle those friendships, you forge new ones, you get to sort of spread seeds everywhere, don't you?
Yeah.
And the way that it was where you could play in both is that you had this talent that was travelling around, sort of like how the English did when they first came here to teach us how to better play the two-shot rules with the reds and yellows, right? But we allowed them to come in and show us how to do it. Some people grizzled about that, saying, oh, the English have taken over our game. No, they've made our game better because they've shown us what the new skill level needs to be.
Yeah.
But the skill level for South Island players going to the North Island, the overall talent level will get higher, and vice versa when the better North Island players come over here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right? Do you choose? I would say you do only have one of them. You'd only have one score count. I don't know exactly how it works, whether it might be an average of your two finishes. For me, it should be the average of your two finishes. That's probably the fairest way of doing it.
Well, yeah.
And have all of your rankings be the same for both tournaments. Let's say you win the tournament, you get 2,000 points, for argument's sake. If you are the losing finalist, you get 1,200. Let's say if you win one event, come second in the other island event, you get 1,600. There's your average. That's, in my opinion, how it should be done. But I'm not an administrator.
Yeah. The ranking thing's an interesting one. How do you deal with that? I mean, that top 10, 15 where you've got players that are actively, successfully competing in both islands, if you're going to be tussling between 1 and 10, it's a rarefied atmosphere for most of us average players. Yeah. So it's
highest points. Okay.
I mean, but if you think about it, you've got your journeyman players, and I'll put myself in that vein.
Oh, the very man himself.
Yeah. So
go on, Si. Give us your best.
It's you've got your journeyman players that play in everything, and their rankings are artificially inflated as a result of getting more and more points because you're playing everything. It's not a true reflection of
How good a player they actually
what your
are.
actual rankings are. But then again, if the rankings are there to do the draw,
What else have you got to go on,
yeah,
right?
I mean,
You've got to play in tournaments to get points. You've
Yeah.
got to make yourself available to play in tournaments to get points. Sometimes it can be a discussion of the haves versus the have-nots,
yeah,
but you've got to have the opportunity to play, and if you've got that, then you play. I do actually think I remember you saying this to me one other time, Simon, that it should be just you play in the island you live in. But you don't make the rules, so you're just going on what the rules are, right? So, I mean, you're going to, obviously you've played your section play in the North Islands today, and I don't know where the hell you are. You might be halfway across the Cook Strait. You might have already touched down in Christchurch, I've got no idea. But we will see you tomorrow morning, or at least tomorrow, and hopefully the people here will see you and will all give you the same level of respect. Yeah, no, that's a good point though, Stefan, but I mean you've got to be in it to win it or to get the points.
Yeah. I mean, this advantages on where you sit in a section when you're playing.
You abstained, okay.
Yeah. So ranking points make a difference for that, and obviously number 1, number 2 in a section have a slightly better opportunity or better run of it than number 5 and number 6, to be fair. In theory, if the rankings work roughly right, then you're actually easing your way into tough games. You don't have a tough game straight up. My opinion, I'm just...
you essentially get a chance to stat pad.
Well, a little bit. You just warm your way into more intensity.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a
But you
quote-unquote slow starter...
But you have to have earned that right at some point, haven't you? There is an element of earning that right, isn't there?
Yeah. Simon, that
You
last
don't
comment you made, absolutely right, mate. Play as much as you can, love it. That's what we do.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
In an ideal world, that's the way it should be.
Yeah. And that comes back to, but that just inflates artificially your actual ranking. All you've got is a generalised idea to give a generalised draw. Yes, there is an advantage of being higher in a section than lower, to my mind. You see that with where you've got people pulling out, and you've got a number 6 that's going to cause some mayhem in the section that makes it really messy.
Yeah, I thought there was something up with that.
And that's all part of the game. So, your rankings are an indication, not a finite little infinitesimal spot in the world. It's just you're roughly round about here. Your rankings this, so this is roughly where you sit. It's not
a spot, but you draw a big circle around it. You could be anywhere within the circle.
Yeah, as opposed to that little finite dot. So there's your place in the world. So,
yeah, but again, you're never going to get perfect with those, are you? You need some way of finding out where players sit relative to other players. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the means of making a draw up, would you?
No.
You wouldn't be able to make a draw without ranking points to seed the draw.
Yep.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just the best system we've got. How players get the points is obviously that's what's not quite in agreement.
Yeah.
There is one quarter still being played, Hughesy. That is the one sort of just to the left of middle of your screen.
And I might say that your teammates are pretty slow on the in the play there, mate.
No, they always are though. Nothing's ever been truer.
Yeah, so all four of them are your guys, mate. So
There's Bexy. Oh, that's lovely. I'll be getting a hug. Let me just stand up and get a good hug off her, and then I'll be straight back.
Remember, you're on camera, John. Yeah. Yeah. So as soon as that, it looks like their match is over there, and I was too busy giving John jip to notice who won that last frame. So we'll be into the semi shortly. Yeah, well, I think that's an interesting conversation to fill in the evening, fill in the afternoon. Could possibly go into the evening later. Yeah, good point, Camellia. One or the other. There was another one that created a fair bit of discussion. Yep, exactly right, Victoria. That's where it all happens, but you'll find that us Masters players are a lot more gentlemanly than the young'uns. It's only when you get old that you start to I'm not going to say what I was going to say, that's just a bit rude.
Yeah, no, I did hear about that, Camellia, and I thought that was beyond the pale as well. I'm actually surprised that people didn't pull out to protest against that, because we decided at the AGM that that's how we were going to play, and how do you overturn that as host club?
I think you'll find...
Because you don't like it.
So just a heads up, John Gower was 2-0 down his last qualifying match yesterday and had to win 3-2 to qualify in the semi-final, and they were 2-0 down the first match of the day as well.
It's a bit like me and bloody Tommy 2 years ago. We shouldn't have qualified. Yeah, except we lost 5-0, so thanks for that. Just a little bit of background for you on John Gower and Freeman Pakeito Johnston. They were 2-0 down in their last section play match. They had to win 3-2 to qualify, which they obviously managed. And in their first game today, they were 2-0 down. Granted, race to 4, not race to 3, but still from the depths, the absolute depths, to be where they are now in the semi-final. That's a massive achievement.
Yes, and especially for a pairing that had their first game of pairs together on Monday afternoon. Now, I know this because it was against Barry and I that they had their first hit up together, and as we were playing they were explaining to each other how they like to play.
Okay, so well, at least the conversation's good. It looks like we've got a result, by the way, in our last match.
Yes.
To my knowledge, Don and Mitch Gourlay have triumphed over Paul Blackler and Richie Whitty.
Yeah.
Why? Does it not... Okay, if you outlaw the shark rack, is that not for the ladies' tournaments? Is it just for the Open? I'm obviously missing something here. The shark rack must have only been banned for Open tournaments.
Well, that was the out that Papatoetoe used for not using Scotch beers as the remit that specified Open, didn't it? That was what I heard. I can't remember. I was there, I can't remember. It says a lot, doesn't it?
That's what I'm guessing anyway, is what's happened.
I think the other thing too with the Scotch pairs is if you look at the entry numbers, very low compared to the singles, more so than normal pairs.
The Scotch
Yeah,
having
for Scotch.
lower entry numbers.
Yeah,
There's obviously some people who are still a bit iffy about Scotch, aren't they?
yes, I know players that are not playing because it's Scotch pairs.
Well, I mean, I understand that, because it's different. Sometimes you've got to take a punt on different, though. I struggle with change, I'll freely admit that. But if I know that the change is going to be beneficial in the long run, then yes, I'll have a gripe about it to start with, but then I'll understand, well, this actually will help me.
Yeah.
Well, Gallup are nice.
Yeah. They were number 6 in their section, I think.
They were. Obviously, that's not indicative of how good the players they are.
No, they were filling in for someone, I believe.
Yeah. Well, they're good enough players individually to not be number 6. So there should be higher than that, but that is what it is. Open singles, the section play starts in the South Island on Thursday, so tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning.
They don't seem to love anything in the North Island, my dude. I'm not surprised. They'd find a way to whinge if they were on fire.
Yeah.
There's
no
no way to come back from that, is there?
No, well, I mean, it's a fairly common saying, but it's, hard to come back. Yeah.
How do you piggyback off that? I've just gone and flamed someone.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're right. It's I know that this club's planning on putting remits in to revert it back to, as John calls, traditional pairs.
Why? Why would he... Oh, no, you're laughing. Okay, I forgot that you were not being serious, Victoria. I'm sorry. Sorry about it. Oh, Jesus, you're a stir. I love it, though. I love how we actually get to people take the piss out of us and vice versa.
Yeah.
Anyway, this has honestly been a great discussion, though. I've absolutely loved it. I've been itching the whole time to have this with someone, and you've been the perfect co-conspirator.
Oh, I think I thought you were going to say victim there for a second.
What? No, you were brilliant. You actually got into the meat of it better than anyone I've ever known.
Bless you. Yeah, it's I think we haven't heard the last of this. I think there'll be more discussion.
We've stoked
the
something,
fact
though,
that we've
haven't we?
got stores, we've got clubs that want to change back almost immediately without even having done any major tournament, reverts back to the working men's clubs being resistant to change. Clubs New Zealand being resistant to change.
Yeah, unfortunately that seems to be a big thing, doesn't it? Obviously the fact that you play CNZ rules, which are fine for what they are, but often they've been shown to be outdated in many respects.
Mentally or physically, Simon?
Aged. Oh, who were you playing with again? Bo, it was your fault. You asked them to play with you.
Yeah.
Semi starting very, very shortly, within the next maybe 2 minutes.
Yeah, they've been called, so the cards are sort of out there, and we should have some activity shortly. Something tangible to talk about.
Yep. You know what? As much as I absolutely love Des and Adam as people, I'm kind of happy that the focus will be on these other two pairs. Mitch and Don Gourlay, obviously no strangers to being on the big stream table, 7 years ago at the Nationals, versus Jason Martin and Dean Garnett, who yes, they're playing for Kashmir because you have to be a member of a South Island-based chartered club, but have actually originally from, I think, as you said, Waikanae in the North Island.
Yeah, could be wildly wrong there.
Someone's going to tell us we're wrong, no doubt, and we're going to look silly all over again.
Yeah.
But how good? And you get a bigger North Island audience watching this because they're in it. That's the other thing that is so great.
Yeah, we actually cracked 100 viewers. Woohoo!
Well, we had that mole a long time ago.
I've just noticed.
Maybe we've turned a few people off because of that discussion we had before.
We'll go to the backup table until table.
Right.
Righto. So Freeman to break.
And as you can see, we're up on the top right is the other table at any point.
So
the same when we're on the main table.
Yeah.
Oops, straight and off.
So this table will be our backup, but we're starting on this because the game on the main table has not commenced yet.
Yep. Okay.
City Club. Okay, there you go. Cheers, Samara. I know somebody would be on to us about that. No one has. They're still playing.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Adam and Brett? If you are, then that would be Sheldon Kirby and Dave Moyman.
Okay, that was that break is. I've noticed that with a few of mine this weekend that even though you get a good contact and a good hit, the balls just don't spread. I don't know. I've not noticed these on the on Q tables before. It's a phenomenon that
I don't think it's the tables.
No, I don't know what it is. I'm not breaking any different to what I normally do. It just getting good bracks.
Lingy Mamili, is that correct? Johnston? This is Freeman's mum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's doing well. So it's going to split those. Yeah, I'm not sure that was the absolute best option, but it's a good result.
Well, if they've established a set, right?
Yes, they have.
Okay, so
already.
that's fine.
But that was a good clump of balls to leave for them, your opposition, to deal with their own balls rather than split it for them, I thought.
Sometimes you've just got to try and take matters into your own hands, though, don't you?
Yeah.
But there's a time and place for it, and I don't think that was either.
Yeah. So, there's obviously going to be a wee settling period here. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, first frame, Des, why not have a go, mate? So a combo to John and Freeman.
Right, the other game's just about to start. I would say the Smart Rack or the Shark Rack might help you there with your brakes. I know that wasn't the best either, was it? You see the balls all re-clumped too.
Yeah. Got one though, I thought, did he?
I'm sure I saw one go. No, it's Mitch at the table.
Yeah.
Mitch
might well do
switching.
there, Stefan. I don't mind using them, to be fair.
Mitch has actually gone to wearing a glove too, I've noticed. I've never ever seen him wear a glove until now.
Okay.
Weird. I'm sitting next to someone who wears one habitually.
Yes, I do. Pardon me, but I do get sweaty hands.
Okay. I think that's the main reason why people wear them, right?
Yeah.
Also because of the fact that you've got things like carbon fibre cues becoming prevalent in this game.
Yeah.
It's obviously for better feel you wear a glove.
Yeah. It took a long time for me to start, but I definitely keep with it now. It just helps with that, takes one factor away from your cueing. It's just a smooth action. And it's one less excuse you've got for missing. Yeah, that was a little bit big. There's still balls there, but so this is going off the 8, isn't it? Along the cushion.
Could be if there's some separation.
Yeah. Yeah, to put that a little bit thin for what he was trying to do. Possibly not quite enough pace either. But it's not a bad leave. It's a doable pot with the 9.
It's not horrible, is it?
No, that just run that through the 9 into the corner. If you get it, you're on for all money. So that'll bring that 10 into play then.
Also, thank you very much for everybody tuning in and giving us props. Next tournament I'll be commentating on, well, to be fair, hopefully not the singles of this event. It'd be fantastic to be in the position that Dean's in now. But if not, then yes, I will be doing that. But I'll be doing my damnedest to not.
Not going to come in on your spare time then.
And after
What?
that's the
When?
Canterbury singles.
So next opportunity we've got after the South Islands are the Canterbury singles. So that's
3
last
days at Matariki.
Matariki weekend, yeah. So that's the
Okay.
3rd week of June. I think 24th
yeah.
from memory.
I don't think I've put...
Well, you best get in because entries
Jesus,
are closing not very far away.
I don't think I've put my name in for that.
Best that's something you get on top of fairly quickly.
Yes. Quick smart.
Okay, so what's Don got here? He's just going to nudge that up on there. Oh, he has got that. Yeah. I wasn't sure that was on past there.
No, it certainly looked that way.
So-
Obviously that would have given Mitch a chance to pop the 2 and hoe into the 14 and maybe release the 2.
Yeah, it's this has pretty much opened up the table for Jason and Dean now.
Ooh, that...
Oh, he might have got
that's
away with
nestled-
that.
No, that's nestled nasty.
Yeah,
Does that plant go? 11 to the 9, does it go?
whether we look in the overhead,
Does
eh?
it? Well, it's not... It's a moot point if he plays the 13, but
Yeah,
I honestly think that plant might go.
it's fairly close, eh?
No, I think it's missing towards the jaw to the right of centre as we see it.
So we get there, so it's doable. Well, that comes into the
It's a push shot, isn't it? Which you are allowed to play them in these rules.
yeah. The ruling specifically states that. Well, they don't call it a push shot. They call it the double. It's in the double queuing rule, and it specifically states that the cue tip must remain visibly in contact with the cue ball through the duration of the stroke. It may not be exactly those words, but very close to it.
Yeah, dare I say I'm sat next to a qualified referee.
No,
too.
I'm not a qualified referee. I'm just a know-all. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that was covering that fours quite good. It's still on for the double.
You know that Mitch is going to be game for it too.
Yeah.
Obviously not now, but
No.
if it gets back to his shot,
Yeah. Well, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that will happen because this cue ball is going to travel relatively naturally for the 7 next, or if he doesn't have a go at the split now.
there's an element of going for it now, I reckon, in that shot.
Yeah, so he's leaving it for Don. And that's not a bad angle for that.
Don likes his banks too. Both of these guys are good doublers.
1-0 to Des and Adam.
1-0 to Des and Adam on the other table. Oh! That was not a million miles away either.
No. So, that 10 ball down on the... Was that the 10 or the 12? 10 down there. Is going to be a little thorn in their side for a wee moment. They need to deal with that because the last thing you want is balls at different ends of the tables when you need to pop them.
No, you want to set up sort of zones, don't you, of work.
Yep.
And when you got an outlier like that 12 is, then you need to sort it out fairly quickly.
So I think this is what they're doing now. So this 15 will be going. Oh, they're not looking the other way, are they? No, good.
Briefly.
Yeah, just having a look to where and when.
I think they're looking at maybe the line that they need to take off.
Which
the
side they
12.
wanted to go and which way they wanted to take it. Yeah,
Because
that's
this
a pretty good shot there.
is near perfect.
Yeah, if
To play this
pot
with maybe
goes,
a trace of bottom to come back up towards that middle pocket, as
Yeah.
Dean's just pointed. Or alternatively, another natural angle is to go to the right of the 4 for the 9 into the middle on the left. Maybe this suits more with the way Dean plays.
No. It didn't quite get there. Yeah, maybe he was trying to take that into the side, go through there for this side.
That's another thing you need to be careful with Scotch, is that your players see the shot differently, or they play.
I think we'll find out if this plant's on now, John.
Yep. You know what else might be on if
There's
the
a wee
plant's
gap
not
between
on?
the two of them.
You know what else is possible if the plant's not on? Just billy it off the 9 into the pocket to the right of the black. But I would suggest that it's the plant he's going for. Shot.
Yeah, there was a room there to make between those two balls to actually make that if there was a not a lot of misalignment with the pocket. So well done, those guys.
So he's put his hand about where the little pocket is on the left here.
Oh, look, he's a whole hand width out from where he wanted to be. I don't know if we can call that a failure or not, can we? That was a pretty good shot,
Depends
to be
on
fair.
this shot. Just needs to knock this in and not knock the 7 in.
Yeah,
And he's chonked it. He's chonked it.
chonk, yeah.
He would have been wary of the 7, I think, and also maybe the fact that these tables are reasonably quick. That would have ended up somewhere near the middle pocket, the cue ball.
This is awkward for Don, and he's stretching, so that's going to minimise his control a little bit.
You might play this right-handed. I know
He's
you
jiggering.
can play right-handed. I've seen him do it.
2-0 now, the other table.
Okay, it's 2-0 on the other table now, so Des and
You see, look at
Adam
this.
seem like they're in a hurry.
See, look at this. He's cueing it right-handed with a jigger.
Oh, he's
Why not just play it right-handed? There you go.
It's all about control. Yeah. Okay, that's not a bad result at all.
See,
He's got that off the cushion. He's given Mitch a wee bit of room to do what he needs to with that cue ball.
just be a wee draw, I'd say. It's probably cue ball going towards the 11. Oh dear.
Oh dear. No.
Or not.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Free ball, take the 8, surely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just be careful you don't run too far down table and you don't scratch in the middle pocket.
Yeah. We just got to.
And then you don't hang
for
the
God's
black.
sake, don't miss it. Yeah, I was just saying, don't miss it. Yeah, that's all right.
That's about as good a result as you could have hoped for.
Yeah, I tend not to like playing free balls into pockets where I'm going to be potting my last ball. Yeah. Unless it's a sitter.
Well, sometimes you've just got to take the
Yeah,
punt, don't you?
yeah, like in that instance. So, yeah, no, it's well done.
It's done well to also stop that nicely for Dean on the black too. This is the one thing you absolutely do not want to do is leave your partner a dud shot.
Yeah.
Easily drained.
Yeah.
So 1-0 Dean and Jason over
Yeah,
Don and Mitch.
Right, we're going to call the players to
I
table
think
11
they're
for
player
the flight,
2, aren't they?
main
On
flight final.
I've already done it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Chris is
Yeah.
not looking for you, Jojo.
Right. Yeah, well, hopefully John
To
and
table 11,
Freeman can
race 2, 4.
show us their skills here.
Yeah, I mean, they risk getting just blown off the table unless they get something going here. Obviously, they're not going to get the chance right now.
Nicole is your
No.
referee.
They've
But you do know that this could get very ugly very quickly for them unless they can get something going.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they've well overachieved. They're definitely the underdogs. I'll put it
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I mean nothing detrimental in saying that Very few people would have expected them to go as far as they have.
Something's gone down
knowing
there.
John would have expected them to go as far as this and further.
Of course he did.
Sorry,
Yeah.
not John sitting next to me, but John at the table. He certainly doesn't lack confidence in himself, and good on him. You need that. Try not to dig myself a hole by saying something untoward. All absolute respect to them for getting this far. I don't want to see them get blown away.
You want to see them put up a good fight.
Yeah, I want to see them exhibit the skills that they've got and that they know they've got.
Show that the underdog story is still a good one to be rooting for the average New Zealander. Don might try and come back into the 11 for the 3 here. Oh, just a little wick off the 3 would have been perfect there to make it open, but
They needed to do a little bit more pace there. That would have spread that a wee bit further and maybe got that. Plus that pace he was hitting at, it wouldn't have made a lot of difference to where those balls ended up.
you don't throw it off the straight as much, do you, when you hit it slow? And you can use that to your advantage, of course, but it didn't help him there.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously the harder you're trying to hit it, unless you definitely got that in your skill set, your accuracy tends to fall off proportionally to your pace.
Going to draw this and leave Mitch. I would say draw or leave Mitch high on the 1 here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not high, low on the 1.
Yeah.
That's okay. He's got an angle he can just kind of screw, maybe with a trace of right.
Yeah, has he got much of an angle? No, he's got enough there. It's going to be hard work though.
You'll have to manipulate this,
Yeah.
but he's just taken the safer route, so my guess is that they've got some other plan for this.
I don't think that's going to slip past there and go inside the 14.
Double into the corner. Oh no, he tried the billiard.
No, that's a good result from that. But that 11's going to do some damage in there if they get in there. So they've got plenty of options to get onto that, to do that.
Tell you what, Jason, that shot that he's just describing to Dean is a shot that Dean would be well accustomed to. Is 14 into the rail, into the 3, and push the 3 onto the top rail.
I think they're talking about the 11 onto that. Rail 3 with the 11. It won't be this shot, I don't think. I might wait for the next one.
No, but that's fine because you've got the natural angle on the 10 here to break the 12 and the 15 up.
Yeah.
So why would you... I'll be taking that now. It's an opportunity for later. Yes, you've still got the 11 there, but you can reverse engineer back to it.
Yeah.
I think the 15 goes.
Maybe the 12 as well. Definitely the 9 will.
It looks tighter on this view, doesn't it? You are right though, the 9 certainly drops.
So they're taking the 15. So in all likelihood that 11's looking next, and yes, good shot. Wow.
Slinky Malinky, wasn't it?
That's threading the needle, well done. Okay, so 9 next, and that'll come back off for the 12, do you think? And that'll leave him a nice shot in that 11. But do you want to leave that to be your last ball? You need to have some angle on that 11 to come across. If you knock the 3 out, you've got to be able to get at the 14. You can't leave it too straight.
Well, naturally you're going to want to play off the rail, so you probably make the angle yourself.
Yeah.
Did you play it off the rail, then the angle is natural. And if you do flick the 3 off as well, then naturally you're going to make the 14 on.
Yeah.
So the shot almost plays itself if you can sit the cue ball where you need it.
Yeah.
So right where he's got it there is almost straight for the 11 off the rail off the 3, and then you can kind of play a stop shot on it, and then you've got that cut on the 14 for the black.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were talking about that before they walked. As they walked to the table with the first shot, they were eyeing that up. I think he's got a wee bit of an angle now, so it's going to let him come back out for the 14. If you were too straight and you left the white tucked on the rail, you wouldn't have had that shot on the 14, I don't think. So, no, it's...
Oh, he's missed it by a hair.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the 3 would have rocked there. That's how close that was.
Yeah, it actually... he probably wanted to hit that 11, it's sort of almost off the cushion. It would have been half a ball, so he's missed that by nearly just over half of a cue ball distance from there. So yeah, I mean, we all know this shot.
This is a fine cut. He's going to have to cut this fine if he wants to make the punt, because he does have a free ball and he can take the 14 onto the 3.
He looks like
The
he's
3
going
might
straight.
be visible normally. Needs more spin.
Yeah, that's doable.
It's a very fine cut, but certainly
Yeah.
one you would want.
Yeah. That is not a bad shot. Any harder than that, and he's looking more and more an offish, I feel.
No, he's played that beautifully, hasn't he? Because he would have known that too, that the in-off was looming large if he miscued it or he hit it too hard.
So
Somehow I feel that this is not exactly the score.
this
but
isn't. Yeah, looks like they're a bit too advanced in the next frame. Unlucky, John. You can see what you're trying to do there.
the 9's on though, so he might get another bite.
Yeah. And if that
Pump it
9
into the corner and then
1 to 10.
2-1. Cool.
I'll be trying to put this in probably the corner, to be fair.
Yeah. Is he? Looks like he's.
Yeah, because then you would have had the 11.
Yeah. It wasn't a bad result from just. It's okay. One off the break there.
Can you put? Is it possible to put on the screen with commentators? To be people wondering. Just tells you also how important the break is in this game. It's
Yes.
important in any cue sport, but if you can consistently get that good split and get a ball off the break, how much easier does the game become?
Okay, so sort of. Don't know if you'd want to take that plant on because it pushed the 11 over the other side of that 7. It's not really want to go. I don't think they're looking at it now, of course, but it's there for Ron.
The other thing they were thinking of is the black. Do they need to move that?
Yeah.
It looks from here as if it doesn't go anywhere, but it may possibly wick off the 7, and obviously that's going to factor into how they engineer to get to it.
Yeah. Okay, so. Oh, nice of you to do that for us.
So now he's possibly going to put the 14 onto it here.
Yeah, or the other, can he see past there to just take the 12 straight? That'll kill the cue ball in there maybe, but it's not be a viable option.
The 12's on by itself. Because the 11 will be going towards the 7 if he takes the punt, but they'll be hoping that it grinds off the 7 and stays in that general area.
Yeah. Yeah, that just killed that cue ball in there, so yeah, 11 down the rail.
Yes, or 14 in the middle.
Yeah.
Incidentally, that might have made the black more on. I know you're probably going to be calling shenanigans, but I reckon the black may very well flick off that 7 and in to the pocket where the cue ball is now.
Yeah, it's a lot easier with the 7 where it is now after that shot than it was. So it looks like he's taken the 14 in the side.
Oh, unlucky. Especially because he would have gotten reasonable position on that 11. Had to kind of play it like that though, didn't he? Because otherwise there was no chance of his mate getting a shot.
Okay, we're looking at the 1 or the 3 here. Looks like he's taking the 1.
Yeah, certainly appears that way, doesn't it? Oh, that's a friendly wee draw.
Yeah. Either way, that may have worked. Paul's got himself some dinner. It smells really good.
It does. I second that.
If he was a gentleman, he'd share, but no one's ever accused him of that, I don't think.
I have. But I still don't think he'll be sharing.
He's letting us have the smell of it, John. I think that's enough. Yeah. Okay, so looks like they've got a bit of a roadmap here. Yeah.
5 to the 2 here.
Yep.
The 2 definitely goes. It's just a wee stun shot. I know, maybe the angle was more than I thought, so we can still pull this back for the 2 here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very nicely done, Mitch. Just the danger here now, if he takes that 2, is pushing the 8 over towards the 11 and having it block the pocket, having it blocked.
Well, there was the other danger. See, he's actually managed to get the 8 near the rail, so it's on, but then he's sacrificed pos on the 6.
Yeah. So we're looking at a double into the corner here by the looks of it. That should give you nice posse on the black, but by crikey, you're in deep doo-doo if you don't get it.
Mitch is probably the player of the 2 you want to be playing this shot.
Yeah, now he's looking at that, taking the split on
Billiard off the 8.
Yeah, that's got to be very thin. I think he's just looking at the gap and covering the hole.
Well, he's uglied it up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's not the worst result.
No, not at all. I suspect that if there's room for a cue ball between the 8 and the 6, that 14 will not be going in a hole.
I don't think it will anyway.
No,
I would venture to say they might just clip this fine and try to get the cue ball back up to, I imagine, somewhere near the black spot where it's not a free ball.
It's going to come off the cushion a little bit playing the shot. It'll come out to, a third of the way along the balk line maybe. The pace that they do, they just leave it sitting there somewhere.
Maybe they've determined that it's not going to be a free ball, or if it is, that it's not going to be usable. So for me, that's a free ball. But is it ultimately usable for Don here? And is it worth, if the black's on, for example, is it worth trying it?
Well, if the black is on, that cue ball's going to go through and move that 11 anyway, isn't it?
Well, it's going to move the 6 more importantly.
Yeah.
The 6 is going to be splaying towards the other corner pocket. But again, the risk is that if you miss it, then the game becomes open for your opponent.
So they're not taking the free ball by the look of it.
Of all the results you could have gotten, that's a good one.
That's a pretty good one, you're right.
That was high up the list.
I suspect it was low down the list of what are we going to do, but very high up the list of
what we want.
Yeah.
On the table you see Adam leaving Des half ball type cut into the corner for the ball before the black.
And he's missed it.
Duly missed. There's the attempt at a double, which is unsuccessful from
So it's
Dean, and he's killed the 11 on the
Mitch-
rail too.
Mitch's shot here. You were talking about them doubling, and it's 2-all on the other table.
Oh, Mitch would have felt that. He would have been feeling that shot.
Yeah.
Usually, as I said before, very good doubler, so he'll be very disappointed that he hasn't made that. Oh, do you reckon Jason's going to try and double in front of the 6 here? In front of or in?
Back into the side. Don't know if you got the angle for that, but thought he was looking more at the cannon. Oh, sorry,
Double into the corner. Just to pace it. Oh no, I see what he was doing. He was trying to billy it off the 11 to pop the 14.
So they've got the option for a double again. You needed that out a bit further to block that pocket off. I think that might have been part of the intention. Looks like a wee bit of a double kiss there. Missed it again.
Long. Mitch missed his short. Don's missed it long. But this is again not an easy looking set here for the overs, and Jason and Dean of course are going to have to consider maybe playing safe as well.
Well, I don't know. I think that cuts on there, and that's going to bring the cue ball back, go back and forth across the table. It's close enough to the pocket to have a go. Yep. And then you spin to the side.
Get up. Get up.
Yeah. Now that's possibly a roll short.
No, you wanted that to be near straight, I would say, so Jason can just pump it in.
Yeah, and roll the cue ball down the table for the black. It's doable where it is. It's going to come off the rail, and
You're not going to leave your partner much of a shot. But you see, he's going to play safe here. He might try and use this as a blocker. He'll try to block 6 off. There you go.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
That's a great shot. That Yeah, I know. I will be back very shortly. My bladder's screaming at me.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's his bladder as much as what he's putting into it, or the volume of it. Yeah. So that was a very, very, very good safety shot. That could have been quite messy. So it's just going to thin this off a little bit. Oh, that's a lot harder than it possibly needed to be. It's left a very difficult pot. Actually, when I said that's harder than it needed to be, just looking at that a bit further, that's actually a pretty bloody good shot, to be fair. Because if he takes the pot on to get posse on the black and misses it, then that 6 is on. So that's not a bad result there. How much of that was intentional or not, I don't know. But a good pot and maybe even a blocker means that they'll Don and I think it's Don's shot next will need to be getting the pot and getting position onto the left hand side of the table to get a shot at the black. Yeah, discretion, better part of valour in that shot. That's well done. Possibly hit there a little bit thinner and softer than could have done, but definitely didn't want to be going in off. There's Don taking the cut on. Yes, he is. And he's taking the snooker on as well. That's a tricky one there. Possibly get contact on the black off the top cushion. if you play a bit of side, running side on there. The temptation will be to hit that hard and okay, going up and down. Yeah. Yeah, good result, guys, good result.
What have I missed, Paul?
Sneakers on the black and safety shots that are just a little bit off, and we're all excitement here.
The crowd's gone wild, has it?
Well,
Or mild?
no, and you see the way the table's jiggling with all the pounding on it from cameras jiggling with the pounding on the table. With congratulations. There's been some good pull shooting. See, yet again doing the blocker. I suspect this is not the first time Jason has played shots like that. It's still on.
I think this goes past the 11, you know.
I think it's left him with half a pocket as opposed to a whole one.
Yeah, I honestly think
But
it
either
goes.
way,
And it's Don playing the shot.
You still have the tyranny of distance.
True. Bugger. Because you feel like he's missed out on an opportunity to at least put a lot of pressure on there.
Yeah. So now the pressure for this exactly the same things are going to come right back at them.
I mean, obviously there's still pressure on this, but you feel like you could have locked it in a bit more.
Yeah. And I think it's a lot easier shot than on the black.
Beautiful pace.
Yeah.
If that had gone in, that would have been perfect.
That was sort of seemed like it went a lot closer than the angle, natural angle on there. I didn't notice him do anything with that cue ball. Which me not recognising that may explain why I'm getting a lot of balls out of the pocket, cue balls out of the pocket, to be fair. But yeah.
I don't think you want to try to jam that in there. Yeah, there's your shot.
Yeah.
Face double into the other corner pocket. You've got the opportunity to pull out something magic here.
Probably far enough away to avoid the double kiss.
I think you've just got to hit it.
Yeah.
Just got to hit it. And, is he going to try and go inside the 11?
Oh, that's...
He's managed it.
Wow, that's
He's done
awesome.
an incredible job of doing what he's done. Right. Now he passes it over to Jason, and this is not simple. The pot looks simple, but then you've got to factor in where's the cue ball going.
Yeah.
You know, Jesus, I was just about to call that. I was about to say, Jesus, I hate being right sometimes, but I wasn't quite.
Yeah.
His partner to pick him up here.
Yeah. Don't think that cue ball's going to do anything too dangerous.
Oh, shot, Dean. And that's going to stop okay.
Yeah, that's good shooting.
Dean Garnett with the big help there.
That was a big black.
I'm pretty sure all four players would have aged about 10 years playing that frame.
They can join Simon.
Freeman and John take the lead in the other table.
Would you believe it?
Wow, Freeman and John 3-2 up in the other match.
Oh, and Des has just scratched on the break too.
And he went in off on the black apparently in the last frame.
Okay.
Just some information, John?
Can you just imagine it? If John and Freeman make the final of the South Islands, having just paired together against all of, from sixth in their section.
Yeah.
Obviously they've got to win 2 more frames, but what a story that would be.
Well, I mean, it's a story in itself now, to be fair.
Oh, it's developing beautifully. You know, there's still possibly another chapter to be written.
Yeah.
I just want to see what's going on. We'll around, so we'll go to the back.
Right, so we can actually see some of that game here.
Just find out what's going on there. I think someone's gone for a break.
Oh, yeah.
Bit of an ugly table, this.
Yeah.
I just wonder if John was looking at maybe the 7 just to move it out, but
Yeah, so
instead he's staying with his attacking
let's split
route.
that 3 with a bit of luck. That shot. Ooh,
It
wow.
might have been on into
And
the
the-
middle.
And the commentators go, ooh, wow.
I reckon that 3 might cut into the middle, you know,
Yeah, so it's just looking at that.
past the 9.
Unfortunately, we don't have an overhead on this table. It's a lamentable lack in this case. I'll have to write to the management about that.
Yep. Well, try as you might, I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. There's an awful lot that's been done to improve the stream as it is. I don't know if that's on the
I
on
don't
the
know
list.
if Adam actually wanted that pot.
Oh, I can tell you right now, he didn't. You see the way he slunk away from the table, he didn't want it.
Wow, he's wearing. Oh no, sorry, I saw the lizard skin shoes there. That's who was doing
It's
the
Ronnie.
slunking. Is it? I
It's Ronnie.
thought Roddy had different shoes on before.
No, I'm pretty sure that's Ronnie.
It's only one shoe. Anyway,
Maybe he's a pirate. Oh, now does that go inside the 2?
I think we may find out in a second. Oh, she might even go on the side on itself.
About to cross back.
Oh, hold up.
Yeah, we're just about going.
At some stage, I'm just... Yeah, there you
There
go.
we go.
So we've had a break.
4, 8.
Unsuccessful one by Don.
Yeah, dry break.
So it's a bit of a shame, because that other frame was actually starting to heat up, wasn't it?
Okay, so we can see in the corner that little 1 ball. They've taken it inside the 2. That's a really good shot, Des. Anyway, back to the main event.
Looks like he's left a nice angle for Dean to come down table here and wind up just in bulk somewhere.
Yeah.
Because again, your 9's your outlier. You're taking that and then you're working in a smaller area from
Yes.
there.
Okay, so plant now.
Okay, so plant and then the 9 perhaps.
I don't know if you'll be going down the table far enough for off the plant for that. You don't want to be doing larraping that. So you really would like to keep your 10 close to where the 12 is now. 15, sorry. So
Take the 13, he's looking at it now.
yeah, and I think with the 13, that's going to leave you, if you stun that, it's going to leave you some angle on the other. So
I don't
then
like
again,
that. I'd say, leave your 13 for last.
Yeah,
Leave
11
it
now.
For last.
Yeah, key ball. 11 now. If just drop that in, and that will give you an angle off the 10 to come down for the 9.
Try to get on the 9, and he has.
He has, yeah.
Knowing that if he didn't, at least he was on the 10. So good knowledge there that you had the latitude to play the shot.
Yeah. It's a little tricky.
He's going to have to bridge over everything too.
Yeah.
But he's miles away from all the balls with his body, so he's fine.
Oh, that's near perfect, that is.
He's a rat. Yeah. It's a team he plays for on
Yeah.
Tuesday nights.
Ronnie's not a pirate, he's a rat. Yeah.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. You just stun this in and maybe come off the rail if you want to. Or it's straight enough, you
Straight
can
enough.
stun it in. So this should be just a roll in.
Yeah.
And he has, so 3-1.
Yeah, the price of a dry break there.
And now look at this.
Wow.
And now look at this. Into and out of bulk, I would say, for the 8
Yep.
here.
Oh, he's going to run that. Don't do that and make it die in the corner.
Johnny.
I needed to stun that with a little bit of pace. Well, how can I describe that?
He's had a mental breakdown there of some sort.
Yeah, he needed to running side on that. That's what I mean, running side off that. Oh, it was Ronnie's feet. Yeah. Still lizard features. So it may not cut in, but it's going to cause some mayhem in that corner.
Oh, I tell you what.
Oh, and the commentators went, oh, again.
Well, it's a go, though.
So, who
Gotta have to cut that ball in to have a chance at the last one, and then the black to go 3-all.
So, sounds like they got it in the next table. Yeah, it's a good shot there, Des. So,
They're going to have a lot of support too, being both from the South Island,
yeah.
as opposed to John and Fred. Well, all 4 of these players are from the South Island, but Des, of course, and Adam very well known, whereas John and Freeman not as well known, which is a bit of a shame because they're on the same plinth at the moment.
Yeah.
3-all. It's just a bit of a shame from our point of view for John there that he just didn't really measure that shot up very well, did he?
No, it was.
It's almost like he forgot the route that the cue ball needs to take in order to get that shot on the black that he needed to leave.
Yes.
Anyway, unders here for Jace.
Possibly one that he will look back on in the evening with a bit of regret.
Also, I want to mention the shirts that these guys are wearing. Well, Jason in particular wearing the Salmon Stumpy's bar shirts. Because I've actually asked Stumpy if he could make me one of those, but they're coming out with a new design soon, apparently.
Oh, right. I'd see Tristan Matheson was wearing an older style again of those.
Yeah. I think all of those people who are in that sort of clan have a shirt like that. Oh, slap down the rail. He's only really left on the 15 here, but that should be fine.
Okay, score on the other table was 3-all.
He elected just... Oh no, he's played off it. And he's left it well for Mitch here. That's...
Yeah.
I love that. He had the balls to play it and he's come up with a good result. It takes a bit of gumption to do that. It's not the sort of shot that you really can teach, is it? You kind of have to see it for yourself in order to play it, and you usually have to be playing well to even attempt it. It's just a shame that Mitch hasn't been able to back him up, though.
Yeah, it was some interesting option there. I thought maybe the cut on the side, because it would have travelled that down for the 9 nicely. But it could be that's the last ball they want. The second one, second to last maybe. So, hasn't left anything simple here. The 6, from the looks of it, the way they're eyeing this table up, the 6 is going to be sitting in front of the 9 in a second.
That's the idea, I think, from Dean. It's run out of juice.
Yeah, that's not quite enough.
Yeah, you did right there, Michael. In fact, both Don and Mitch wearing their Woolston Mandem shirts. Newly formed team in Premier Grade this year. But yeah, you see a lot of the players in this tournament, especially if they're from Christchurch, will be wearing their individual team shirts. Because most of them belong to a team of some description.
Well, that was a bit wild, Don.
But you see a lovely assortment and arrangement of shirts at this event, don't you?
Yeah, and I've got to admit, number 2, I do like the Kaipoi Pirates shirt. That's one that has the most appeal for me, I'm afraid. I've asked for one. I don't want to play for them. I've asked for one, but I've been told categorically to go forth and procreate.
There you go.
That's a good shot.
And he's covered the 9 somewhat here. Oh yeah, Simon's currently en route to Christchurch as we
Simon's
speak.
en route. He's flying Jetstar, so we're not sure where his queue's going to end up.
Good luck. Just enough angle, I think, for Dean here. I think he was trying to get a better cover than that. It's an uncharacteristically poor shot from Dean.
I'm surprised he wasn't actually taking more of an effort for the pot to be.
I think he's just decided that this is an ugly frame, we need to grind this one out.
Well, it's not that ugly, in all fairness. They've got the upper hand with the... Yeah, well...
Take the one now, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the advantage. They've still got to play at least one good shot.
Yeah.
So why not do it now?
Now, they're not going to pot the one there past the 10, but it's going to go sit in front of that 10 if they take it.
Or maybe put it in the middle.
Oh, yeah, that's a
Drop it in the
very
middle.
low percentage shot from there.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Manipulated the balls very, very nicely there.
Yeah, it's the that slows that down. So put Mitch and Don with 2 balls in awkward positions now. Possibly quite simple to get the 9 away from there. There's a gap inside that 4. It may even pot if this room. So Don's going to take the double on now. That's not bad thinking. It's just where the 2's going to go. Oh, gone that way.
Fair call.
Yeah.
It's a much safer shot that than going towards the 4 and the 9, because you could very well rub the 2 in off the 1.
Yeah. So with that 10 away from there, that's given Jason and Dean a bit of got to put some thinking into what's happening with the that 5 and the 4 down there now.
Well, it's
I
released the pressure a little bit off Mitch and Don, hasn't it? It's now put a little bit more on Dean and Jason, because they've now got to actually...
Oh no, I don't know about that, Jason. I think you've probably been better off getting that down into the corner, my friend. Unless you're going to travel the cue ball down into there.
Well, the angle that he's looking, see where he was standing, I'm wondering if he's going to try and get that cue ball to do the job for them. We want to end up pretty much on the bulk line here, I would say, if he wants to do that.
Okay, that was sort of overhead, he knows that, shaking his head. Some angle here, so the 5 becomes the problem now.
I wonder if he can put this in with a bit of bottom here, just so he can get the cue ball to spray away from that middle pocket.
Yeah, and may even...
Hello.
Oh yeah, that's an excellent
brilliant
result.
Oh, what a shot that is.
So
it was taking your life into your own hands, but Jesus, he hit that well.
Well, to get the pot and to get that cue ball down to there, that's good control from there.
Oh, it's A+.
Yeah.
It's the grade you give that.
So is he going to draw this back enough? Yes, he is. Yep, that's a good break. So that will just slot. That cue ball will just slot nicely round and come back to the for the 8 to go into the same pocket the 5's going to be heading towards right now.
Watch out for the travel though. Could be a long shot this. That he leaves. Well, made longer by the jaw.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, if you're going to try and cut it the other way. then you're going to run into a bunch of balls.
Yeah.
No, he's cutting it towards them.
No, he can't be.
No, he is. He's not. He's changed his shot. And it's a beauty.
That was a very, very good pot. Yep.
I thought by the way he was queuing, he was going to play it that way and try and stick it in there, but no, that's where the cue ball's going.
Yeah. I couldn't see where that black ball was going to go in there, and without nudging something, that was definitely the shot that cut. But you're right with that Dean shot on the 5. It was a bit of a high velocity discharge.
I like that, eh? I like the fact that we've got different ways of coming up with things to describe, different turns of phrases.
Yeah, well, indeed, yeah.
It's good to have somebody with some more life experience to actually have them in his locker.
Life experience. Okay.
Don't mind it.
No,
Don't mind it.
mind you, there's nothing really natural on for 2-4, I suppose. That's 7-6 if you get that.
Bit of a messy table, that.
Yeah.
I just wonder whether if you got Adam, is it Adam's shot now? You may want to try and stick the 13 in.
Yep. Stick
Between the 2 and the 1, or between the 1 and the 4.
Yes.
Any of it, yeah, between the 1 and the 4.
Yeah.
Really tie that up.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
Hard, unlucky.
No, the principle was there.
Right now, Johnny, if you want to be more aggressive with us, maybe play it with a trace at bottom and see if you can clip the 6 and the 7 away, or one of them at least.
No, just tippy-tappy through here. Don't be too harsh. Don't be too harsh. Take it easy. Too harsh.
I actually don't mind the attempt there. He's trying to make more shots for himself, because otherwise those balls stay ugly, and you're asking Freeman to make a really good shot to make them all on again.
I think if you just nudged that in there, you'd have had the 1 on the 2 as a combo. Yeah. I mean, it's gone now. But
Look at this though. Look at that from Freeman.
yeah, now you've got that cut on the 1, and what do you got afterwards? Yeah. Sorry, here you go. Does that go past there? Looks like the 15's under a bit of threat now. Is he gonna? Can he see past there? Yep. No,
Must
good on
be.
him. Yep. Yeah, good shot.
Jams it in now. He's given Don options, but probably the 15, I would say,
Yeah.
as you mentioned before.
It's easier to get position on the other ball rather than taking the 11 and running through.
Don's
Yep.
just had a few flinches at shots in recent times. It's been that sort of game that's kind of come in fits and starts for Mitch and Don. They've been excellent to a point, and then they've just played the shot that's released the pressure. But whether it's a missed pot or a poor position or what have you. It's John there trying to play a safety shot on the other table. And it's not a bad one either.
He's just talking about different turns of phrase, and we're saying exactly the same thing at the same time.
We're synced up.
Oh my god.
Am I turning into you?
Oh,
Desmond. Oh, he's cut it in. He's just looking at top right
that's
screen.
brilliant shot. That's a brilliant pot there.
There's Adam looking to rasp this into the corner. But she does.
Wow. That's. I think we're going to be in for a fairly quick final. If
He's manipulated the lack of angle beautifully there.
yeah, that's lovely. Just using that jaw nicely.
He's taken what the table's given him and he's come up with lemons.
I must remember that, is to not follow it in, but to actually use the jaw you're trying to aim for.
Yeah.
If you want to find a really, really good way of making a fool of yourself, is to try that shot and fail. Truck and trailering that far from 6 inches tends to lower your self-esteem quite a bit. You'll be surprised.
Going to pull this back, I'd say, just slightly.
Yeah. So
It's straight enough on the 6 and he can play the same shot, leave the 3 for last.
yeah, just getting onto the black. So
Yeah, well, see the 3, you've got to travel further with the cue ball, so there's a chance you'll overshoot your position here.
yeah, that's looking what they're doing there. So
Yeah, because you take the simpler shot first, don't
yeah,
you?
you've got to bring that cue ball back a little bit. About where his hand is. Oh, I could do it that way. Yeah,
No, that's fine because
that's going
as
to
long
go
as
across
you
the table now. That's nice.
as long as you stay away from the 14, then your angle's natural and your speed's natural as well. No, involve the 14. No, he's okay.
Yeah,
I think he was a bit lucky. You could see Jason just tap him on the shoulder.
yeah. Not quite that went as planned, but that certainly did.
Got it.
So
Got it.
well done, Jason and Dean. And I'm just going to put the score thingy in, but they've changed tables, so
Oh, Desmond, that's a massive miss. He's not even close.
no.
He's in the wrong postcode.
Yeah, so where's John looking at now? I don't think he's got much there apart from, we can take the 5, but why kill the baby over the pocket? Yeah. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't do what he does to Freeman, but
I'm
him
amazed
missing
that
it's
that
made a
didn't
good
fall.
result. Yeah. So is that the 15 and the 11 down there?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to take one of those inside the 5 by the look of it.
The 11 looks like it's on from here.
Yeah. Now they'll get the 15 out, will they? Where's that going to go? Is that going to double?
Could bank.
Yeah.
You kind of pin your ears back at this point, don't you? I think not getting the pocket coverage, you're kind of deciding, well, time to go. He's missed it.
Missed it. Okay, so where do you go? You go up or down here? Can't see the 7, but you can see the 4.
Play the 5.
And you can take the 5 for position.
5. Try to get yourself in amongst it.
Yeah, get that 2 somewhere.
He's got the plant now if he wants it. Which is probably the shot, to be fair. You'd almost be looking 4 from here if you really felt for it.
Yeah. Even if you take the 2, you're going to push the 9 onto the cushion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it though. They're trying to just keep it in hand here, so to speak.
Yeah.
Try to just keep it simple. So he's on the 2, then now you would definitely think about taking it.
Yeah.
Because you've now got a chance to get into your work at that end of the table.
Yeah.
And you've got a really good ball for position. But he's going back to the 6.
Oh no, that I don't see that as the best option here. I mean, we're talking about cat, so many ways to skin cats, but now they really need to make it pay off here because they've taken away what little insurance they had in there. Plus, that was a perfect ball to get position on the black into the side. So.
The opportunity still knocks here, though.
Yes, yeah, it is, but
it's harder, but it's still there.
Yeah, because they've taken those easy balls early. They've taken away any things to rescue misses.
Well, naturally your cue ball's going to want to track towards the pocket here, the corner pocket to your right if you take the 7.
Yeah, so I mean two is getting at that 2 out early. I think was a missed opportunity because now it's going to be a tricky ball to use to get position.
Well, it's going to be harder to get onto because you're taking it last. You have to get pos on it.
I mean, you're pretty much going to be able to stun across to get pos down the table on it from here.
Run into as much of the 10 as you can here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So
you're kind of running the wrong way here, but again, it's one of those you could try and power this in if you really want to and hope you go past the 9, but look out.
Well, it's the 14 if you're going to be playing power on here that it's going to do the blocking. So this can't be too... Yeah. Oh, you went
the
that
other way, but he's not got enough juice.
Oh. Yeah, I'll give that half a clap. That was good work, because if that had gone, that was beautiful position.
I like that. He actually made a shot for himself there. He said, well, I can play it naturally this way and I'll be on for the black.
Yeah, I still argue that they should have taken it early.
I do too.
Yeah. But
Mr. Track.
Like I say, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I very rarely lose from here. This position.
So you look at what Adam was trying to do in comparison. He was trying to get Des on that 10 early, which is one of the harder balls in the set.
Yeah,
he's not done it here, but the change in how they think about problem balls and how you get finishes is different.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got the 9 there to go up and down on the table. You could take the cut on, but you don't need to yet.
No, there's no point.
Yeah.
Look like just a tiny trace of inside English there to straighten it up to miss the 8. As you see, you want to leave this just inside bulk here, just inside bulk, because this is now just a natural angle to go
and take the 10
towards
back into
the rail.
Yeah. And take the 10 into the same pocket. Not the 10, the 15 into the same pocket. Yeah.
It's good. Play this with a trace of running here to. There you go. Struggled with those shots earlier on in the game, but this time he's managed to nail one when it counts.
Yeah.
And across, maybe a bit far.
Yeah.
Left does a bit of work.
The pocket inside the 2 still available.
Which way do you want to go? Do you want to go to the open pocket with the 2 possibly half in the way? Or do you want to go to the closed pocket, which is not blocked by anything?
They're going into the top left.
He's going for the
top left and... Yeah,
safety if it stops.
Danger.
If it stops. Wow.
Yeah. Bonus pull, as John would say.
Wow. Bonus pull.
Bloody hell.
We've got bonus pull, folks. Who would have thunk it? 4 frames apiece. They can't be separated.
I think we're in for a spanking final.
Oh, we are. It doesn't matter who plays in it. You've got the North Island Invaders versus whoever wins this frame.
Guests, John, guests.
Guests, yes. But I like to give them a wee dig when I can, because it's fun. Oh, Freeman, how's that heart rate looking? I said it never goes above 60. It must be at 59 right now. Righty ho, can you reel off a good break here? Travelling, is he going to get one? I think he's gone dry.
It may have gone dry, but the unders, which look favourable to me because of the spread and where they are not on unless you take the 5.
Yeah. But you're just going to have to.
And you're
say
not
if you
close
want
to the cushion, so
if you want unders, you have to take it.
I'm going to
Adam
take
Shaw's
it.
stepping up.
Yeah.
He's got it.
It's the shot.
Could that be the one that unlocks the frame,
Yeah.
unlocks the game? The black is on into that same pocket by the look of it where the 1 is, so it doesn't need to move it.
Yeah.
They just need to keep.
I think we're
working
looking at
away.
a bit of a training exercise here now, to be fair.
Well, this shot is not easy though. He's actually clipped off, I think the 12 was it, and he's actually made this shot harder than it should be.
Well, it's just going to run naturally on and leave you the 4, isn't it? Which is what you want next.
Yeah, so he's actually played
So
that
he's
really
got a-
well
yeah.
because that could have gone so wrong.
Yeah. Now it's just a matter of deciding where you want to put the cue ball and making sure it goes that way.
Oh, excellent at topping through is Des Wilcox.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys are walking around the table like they own it now.
Yeah, that's the way you want to be. You want to be feeling like it's yours.
Yeah. So the only difficulty will be getting onto that black to get that pot into the corner.
Well,
Because you're limited with the
You are
range,
space.
the area on the table that you can leave that cue ball.
you almost have to leave it between those 2 diamonds just up from the middle pocket on the right.
Yep.
In between those 2 is about the only place you can leave it where it cuts into the
Yeah.
corner pocket top left where Adam's hand is.
Yes. So which ball are they going to decide to go there from?
Be the 6.
Yeah.
Be the 6.
Okay, so that's straight.
Does it
Does
go
that-
in the middle?
Does it go in the middle?
I think
Or
it goes in the middle.
Or do they take the double on?
Well, either way.
Either way.
It's a shot either way.
So he's playing that with just natural ball and through. So yeah, obviously it goes in that side if he's played it that way,
Righty
in that pace.
This to get to the final. What a semi this has been. And he's drilled it!
Yeah. Well, all I can say is John and Freeman, bloody well done, guys. Good battle. Des and Adam gutsed it through. Great finish. Wow.
Well, I mean, again, you never would have expected this.
Well,
But
like I
it just
say,
goes
they-
to show you that what can happen if you just keep your head down and work at it.
yeah. Like I say, these guys were talking to each other on how they like to play the game on Monday. That's how new appearing they are. And bloody John Freeman come this far. John's my teammate, so I'm a little bit biased into how I'm looking at this.
No, well done to them. Well done to both of them. They've done brilliantly to get and to challenge Des and Adam in the semi-final.
Yeah.
Is magnificent work.
It was, just the cost of a dry break. In the end, you'd said before, the break's so important.
Oh, definitely. But you genuinely hope that they decide to play together again after this, because they've had a rip-roaring success here. I mean, you'd have to say that is a massive success for the 2 of them.
Yes.
If,
Yeah, absolutely.
If either player is struggling for a regular peers partner, then you would have to think that the audition's been a success,
Yeah.
right? Because sometimes you go in between peers partners because you don't know who you play with best or who best suits you
Yeah.
to feed off.
Yeah,
But
it's
quite possibly John and Freeman have found each other here.
it's an interesting dynamic.
How to fence with smart posts. Step 1. Strain your wires or netting. Step 2. Drive in your smart posts. Step 3. Add in your dropper wire. Step 4. Pull the wire through the top hole and tie it off. Step 5. Add your electric fencing if you need it. And there you go. A brand new farm fence installed in half the time. Smart post. Fencing in fast form.
Hi Steve, hi Heather, hi Barry, hi Lee.
Okay, well, this is the game that everybody's been waiting for. It's the one who decides who is the champion, or champions should I say, being it Piers.
South Island national champion, seeing as with North
South Island national champion, because these two are from the North Island. Is that what you're going for?
We'll just...
Have we made up a new tournament?
Yeah. I think the North-South's taken, but... Yeah.
Well, this promises to be a fantastic final, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
But you've got a lot of different play styles here, don't you?
Yes. We saw those different styles. There's more of a aggressive wham bam thing with Adam and Des. Dean and Jason are a bit more... I'm not going to use the word thoughtful because I think they all put the thinking into it. Yeah, more calculating. Yeah, that's the way, John. Yeah, this is your expertise coming out here.
You said before that you felt like you were underqualified to commentate on this with me. Was I correct?
Yes. Yeah, I think we all have our levels of ability and understanding of the game, and these guys will see the game different to me because their skill sets are so different. I consider myself a journeyman comparatively, and I've got a skill set, and that's the way I see the game. I think there's a few people like that's just what it is.
This shot here, the two going where it hasn't helped, because if he's going to try to get to the 11 from here, the two very well might get in the way. Could influence that decision to go the other way for the 9 here.
So I think that cut now, if he takes that cut on the 9, that cue ball's going to go very, very close to where that 11 is anyway.
You'd almost want to play this with left, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, gee.
With left, you want to try to straighten it as much as you can.
Mike Hughes, you just bloody pull your head in, buddy.
52 years, that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah, I've got my gold card, matey, and I'm still working. I'm double dipping. So every time you get a paycheck, thank you. Just remember that one, sonny.
Also, Glenn said to say hi to...
Glenn just came over.
A whole bunch.
We turned the mic on, John.
There's a whole bunch of people that he wanted me to say thank you to, and I hope you all caught that, because I can't remember whom he wanted me to shout out. So apologies, but hopefully it's already been said.
Yeah. So Adam was trying to get that clip on the 11, didn't quite got it, so they're definitely playing the right shot now.
No, he's tried to pin it down the rail. Look out for the 7.
Okay, it's needed to be... it hasn't improved it a hell of a lot. And it's taken out one of the interesting balls for Dean and Jason, so we might just see a wee sort of table exercise here.
That's very much turned to poos, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For Adam and Des.
Unless, error aside.
Johnny Renwick coming in from the top row.
Yes, John. I'm not going to say what I usually say to people like that. But, no.
Onanist. Is that the word you're looking for?
No, but he is. If you want us to spell it, John, so you can look it up in the dictionary, we're happy to.
Onanist.
O-N-O.
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
Onanist.
Okay. Anyway, whichever
You
way
can
it
quote
is,
that too.
whatever way it is, was Mr. Renwick. Yeah.
Now, it's one of two ways, and they're deciding to take the 5. So
Well, yeah,
could have gone 7 to the 5, but no, 5 because the 7's covering the black.
Yeah, it's a little bit defensive. But having said that, considering that ball on the top rail, so I don't know, can you see any of that 15 past the 5? It's going to flick to the
Doubtful. He's not even looked at it. No.
Yeah.
This is a chance though for Adam. He's just got to have a go at this.
Yeah, so doubling it back onto the 15, you reckon?
Looks that way. Try to mess that
If
corner
anyone was
up.
going to have a go at it, I'm pretty sure he would, and that looks fairly adjacent.
Oh, so
Yeah.
he's messed it up.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
He's gotten the minimum result there, but that's a lovely shot to affect that. This is why I didn't like the way that Dean played that, because he allowed a chance for Adam to do something like that. Yes, it was a very good shot, but he gave the opportunity to Adam to do that. He's a good enough player to take that too. Did you not know what that meant?
I always thought that was with an O. Yes, I do know what it meant. It's a word I've used often. I've just sort of like pronounced it with an O and not an A.
Oh, goddamn. Screw around the back of the... Oh, I was about to say, come in, spinner. I think he can see the edge of this. I reckon this cuts on. This is incredibly fine, but I think this is on.
It's going to cause mischief if it doesn't anyway, if he gets the pace, and...
Just needs more rolls.
Oh, that may...
Oh, right on top of the 7.
Wow.
There's a bank on here.
Yeah. Not much option, really. You might be able to force that out of there. I think we saw Mitch do something like that, but they're taking the
bank.
Taking the bank.
It's got to be the only shot. It's got to be. Got it.
Got it too, and it's on.
And he's left the 5 on. Is he going to go around the back of the 8? Is he? Around the back of the 8. Look at this shot. Perfect.
That was beautiful finish.
Drops it in for the first blood to the North Islanders, who have kindly decided to play in the South Island event. Jason Martin, Dean Garnett, well done boys for
that was
getting here and for enriching our tournament. Find themselves a frame to the good in the final.
That was definitely a very good finish there. And
it was a very good finish.
Adam and Des, not just a couple of half rolls that missed out, covering a pocket and Pot and Bozzy.
Dean absolutely got into his second to last ball. It flew off the cue.
Yes, that was lovely cueing.
It's just a shame that it was the victors were all wrong, just so to speak. He just gave it a little bit too much pace, and Adam was just about a half a roll short with his cut.
I think we're talking about different shots. I must pay more attention to what you're saying, John, so apologies. Right.
Sometimes I talk crap, on occasion.
Very rarely.
No easy table here though. The 14 blocks off about half the table.
Yeah.
Which is not ideal.
No, and maybe I don't think there's much there apart from maybe if the 6 goes past the 11 you could go off the 10, but I mean that's Hail Mary, that one.
I think this is an overhead one. I just want to see what can go.
Yeah, the caroms there. Take something long down the table as well.
The 6 may pass the 12 into the top left pocket. May pass. Or he's taking the 6 somewhere.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go past the 12 here.
I didn't look like it went there, but
honestly didn't see it that way. I did not think that was on. Sometimes the distortion with the camera can actually make certain shots look less on than they are. It's only you need to see the shot for yourself often.
Yeah.
But that would mean getting in the player's way, which we don't want to do.
And I mean, to be fair, when you're down on a shot, it looks a lot different to when you're standing up beside. Wow.
Oh, that's even worse.
That was.
That's a shank.
Yeah. I'd blame my cheap chalk if I did that, but.
Well, he moved everywhere when he cooed that. Everything was out of alignment.
What is it they say? The only thing that didn't move were the soles of your feet.
Yeah, I mean, true. So much for your back arm being the only thing that moves. That's how they're meant to teach it, isn't they? The only thing that's meant to move is your back arm. That's how you do it.
Yeah, so that was an open table. They obviously wanted the small ones.
I'd say that's still the better set. Even before he potted that ball.
Yeah.
The 6 is actually on, maybe not now, but can make it on into the bottom left corner pocket.
Yes. And the one's on the side. Both sides if the 5's not there, so
you might have to snap one off here because there's not a lot of scope for position unless you try to go backwards towards the table.
That's
done
a
really
nice
well
shot.
there.
That's a beautiful shot.
I didn't think he had the room to do that, but he's proved me wrong.
He just cued that nicely. Bit of run through. From discussions I've had, I know Des does not use side very often. So that was all.
That was all just queuing, wasn't it?
That was all queuing and top there.
Yep,
that's good.
One. That's a great shot. You know when your partner taps the table, you played a goodie.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we looking at here? 1-6.
1 to the 6.
Yeah.
Good enough. As long as you can use the 10 maybe just to run the full ball into it and kill the cue ball.
Yes, you don't want to be chancing the stun or the screw here because that side pocket will get a lot bigger.
You almost want to play this middle ball, don't you?
Yeah.
The middle ball, and you want to hit the 10 basically flush.
Yeah, use the 10 as your handbrake. The thing is, if you do the pace, you hit the 10, you don't want it to come off the cushion and back in front of you, blocking you off.
Oh dear. He's tried to screw back there because he might have seen a route through, and he's just got the line all wrong. Just wonder if the 14 passes the 8 here. And
well, shall we use the magic of modern technology and have a quick look?
I would say no.
Yeah.
But there's obviously a lot of work to be done. Well, now we'll may never know.
No.
Oh, Jason, that's just like Dean earlier in the frames, very unlike him to miss a ball like
just going to say that. It's
that might have rolled in. Yeah, he's just indicating it now with his hand. Either that or he's played that with unintentional
I don't know
left
if
and it's
that
drifted
yeah,
in.
I don't think that rolled. That didn't look like it deviated from line at all. That never looked like it was going anywhere different to me. But like I say, distortion of the camera.
Yeah, and the player will generally tell you what it's done too. You walk away from the table, usually you indicate by arm or hand movement
Yeah,
what it's done, if anything. That's a
yeah.
lovely
I think he was
from Dean.
putting his hand up more in frustration than indicating deviation there. That was the impression I got.
No, he was sweeping his hand, which usually tells me that he believes it deviated off the path and he wanted it to go
I'll
on.
go with that.
See, experience.
Experience of deviation.
Being a deviant. This will be a good little calming session here for both of these players. They both had ghastly misses in the frame, but they're still in it. So this is a chance for them to just slow it down enough.
So if that 10's on directly, obviously it is, then that's okay. So they're probably going to be looking at that 15 down the rail to disrupt the 14 a little bit, but that 14 doesn't go on its own, so they need to do something to clear that up a little bit, unless the object is just to sit the 15 after the 13 and the 9, of course.
I'd say that it'll be Dean's shot. Well, he may do it now, or he may take the 9 and ask Jason to do it.
Yeah.
This one comes down to which of the two players is the better touch player. This is a touch shot.
Yeah.
They're both touch shots, but
yeah.
which of the two is the most important shot to be playing?
It's not that tricky. I mean, you certainly don't want to be popping off the 14 because you're just going to make that. So he's taking that now, obviously. Yeah.
Dean usually the better touch player of the two, and just as shown, so QED.
Yeah, so he was actually taking that to go off the 14 because that would leave him the 9 to recover on back onto the 14, because that if he had touched the 14 it was going to go the other side of the 8 obviously, unless maybe it pushed the 8 away. I
reckon it was going to kill the 8. Yeah. Maybe he was aiming to kill the 8 if it didn't sit over the bag, so he was like a secondary containment option.
Well, at pace, it may have just split them anyway. So, which is,
tried to hook into it and didn't get it.
No, he didn't take a lot of time on that shot. I mean, it was accurate as far as the pot goes, but he didn't take a lot of time with the cueing on there, did he? He was just down and bang.
Well, he knew what he wanted to do straight off, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just didn't feel like he needed the time. I don't think the squeeze is past. No, but he can play it just to dribble on to... he's going the other way.
He's going to play on the off the
white ball on the 15,
left-hand
maybe.
side. Yeah. Now we're going to see some touch play. Yeah. Now, I still think that might be a free ball there.
Free ball. Now it's your decision making comes into question. What do you do here? First of all, how on is the 15 from here? I'm just thinking.
That is on.
Do you want to take it and maybe try and pot it and hope you get on the black, or do you want to leave it?
Normally I make someone play again once hell freezes over, because if there's no way of making advantage out of it, but do you make them play again? Because all they're going to do is
14 off and leave you
clear that 8. Yeah, that 8's going to be sort of maybe just run up and touch it and leave. Yeah, in the combo you really have to.
It's a funny one, isn't it? Because you kind of.
Yeah.
It's one of those where the players all see this differently.
Yeah.
Some players are quite aggressive. They'll look to pot a ball here, the 15 being the only ball potable, and then go from there.
But the chances are, if you do take the pot, unless you give it a good layer up, you're not going to see the 14. So that leaves you the 9. Is quite a tricky shot for your next shot.
Yeah, but you're not asking them to play again, are you?
No, I don't.
If you're Dave, if you're Dean and Jason, you're going to be playing this yourself. Have they asked them to play it again? I think they have.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, 15 they're playing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, who'd they think? So it's no significant disadvantage out of that for Dean and Jason making them play again, because this white's just going to travel down and leave them nothing, and that could have turned out a little bit better.
I don't think
it's
that's
not
a particularly
on anywhere.
good shot. If this is not on the rail, it might be a double. It's very close to the cue ball, but if it's not on the rail, there might be just enough room here.
No.
This is touch and go.
Yeah, that's going to double kiss if you try and double that.
He might be willing to try you out here, Paul.
It's not going anywhere.
Oh, he's double kissed it. You were right. Cue ball again.
Oh dear.
He's done it again, would you believe? Did it in the semi, now he's done it in the final.
Yep.
Ill-advised, maybe? Or hopeful?
Well, yeah. Unless he's got a shot repertoire way beyond anything I can see there, I didn't think that particular shot was on. I mean, I know you see them differently on the table when you're playing the shot.
He obviously saw it
when
being on,
yeah.
didn't he? Otherwise you wouldn't have even taken the shot.
Yeah, unless he was just trying to clear it out of there, and the white went on there. The white was the issue and not the black.
That was an angry break, and there's nothing off the break, just to compound matters further.
Yeah.
Well then, would you have yourselves going 3-0 up? What a chance to do it. Got to be overs for your life. For your life, I say.
Right, so
how do you make them connect? And at what stage, if you're taking overs, do you take the 14? Because that's your bogey ball.
To be fair, I'd be getting that in as early as possible.
You'd
If this is
want to play it now, wouldn't you?
yeah, maybe. Just I don't know if you could screw back. So
He might have been looking to try and leave Jason on it now, but knowing that if he doesn't, at least he's got at least one other option.
yeah, and now that you've got your set established, sticking it over the pocket is easy to pot. Yeah.
Oh no, he's not. Thinking big screw back on the 9 is
So
one.
it looks like
shot.
they're going to do some business down the other end of the table before they go back up.
I wonder if the 11 might connect to the 14 here if he's just off angle, but
yeah.
it doesn't look like it because he's pointing towards the 9.
Yeah, that's going to run into the 6 and stop it running in down there anyway if he puts a bit of oomph into it to get it down. Yeah.
He's short.
That would have spread a lot more if he'd put some grunt into that.
I reckon he's short there if the aim is to screw this back for 14, but
Yeah.
obviously they're content to leave it.
Yeah. Okay, so now's the option for the 14. Now they're doing this really tricky. So they're going to have to thread the needle for that 14
playing
at some
for it
stage
now.
between the... If they're going to leave that for last, they're going to have to
for it
thread the
now.
needle from the 1 and the 7. Yeah,
You could do between the 8 and the 5 here maybe,
yeah.
but then it becomes speed dependent after then.
No, obviously they think they can get on to the 8 from there.
They have not gotten position on anything in this back half.
No.
Nothing has been where they want it to be. They've been basically making this up.
Yeah, they're going to have to do some serious work on this to make it happen.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not going
No,
to.
they needed to get there way earlier to make that happen.
Yeah, they just kept running out of options. They just couldn't get the position on the balls to get to there.
Yeah.
They keep having to try to make it up as they win.
Yeah, so there they're looking at across the table. That's a good option. It puts the white in a good place.
You don't want to pot this.
No, I mean the chances of potting this, you'd have to be pretty unlucky. mind you, you'd have to be pretty unlucky going in off of the black too. So, like they did in the last frame. So, you know.
How's your speed? Oh, he's missed it entirely.
I don't think he was comfortable with that shot.
He's taken an almighty whiff at it.
I know when I suggest them to my partner, sometimes I'm told to go away, but I'm quite comfortable having a go at them, within limits, of course. So it all depends on what you're happy to do. Okay, so where we're going to go here?
That is.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to take. I reckon get rid of the 1 and either the 1 or the 7, and then either the 2 or the 4. If you
can't see
get those early.
Yeah, can't see the logic of taking that one. I really would have liked to see the 2 and the 4 disappear first.
I don't mind this because this gives them a chance to get on the 2 now. It's getting that because it's in the way. It's in the way of travel.
Mind you, I mean, you're looking at a table exercise now anyway. With the balls they are, there was nothing tricky there, to be fair.
They come off the side rail and try to come out for the 2 here. No, he's
going
left them on the 4.
Yeah, the 4. You take the 5 to get down in there.
You could.
Yeah,
or you could play a pace shot on the 4 and just go back around the 2, go to the right of the 2.
I think Adam's going to look at just running. Oh no, he's going to screw back. I think I want to run through on that if he's going to take the 5. He's going to stun this down. He needs to
hit the hole. Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
What do we know?
Well,
nothing apparently.
Yeah.
Why are we even here?
That's a level of accuracy way beyond mere mortals, to be fair. So, yeah, I've
stun off the rail.
Liz Hullen bought me a glass of wine. That may be talking, but I think there's possibly a little ounce of luck in there.
Easy berries it.
Good steady
finish.
Schneid. Yeah.
It's 2-1 now to Jason and Dean. They will feel like they've missed out on a massive opportunity to get more than halfway. And the final's now very much on. Did you take your chances? Yes, you were given a combo and it should have been easy, but you've still got to take it. You've still got to be good enough to A, pot the balls, B, get the position. That shot from Adam to get between the 4 and the 2 for the 2 was top drawer because you're taking a lot of risk that you run into one or both balls and they go ugly, but that application of stun to get through there was brilliant. Little stun sort of screw type shot.
That was really well done.
No, Paul. You're still clinging on to the hope that you can spell it with a no.
No, there is a word with a no. I wasn't even going to mention it to you on live, but you've brought it up.
Both sets of players have dashed off very briefly. No doubt to calm themselves down. So often when you get to a game like this or a situation like this, you might not even need to use the toilet. Well, sometimes you take this opportunity to use the toilet, but you might not even be going in there to use it. You might just be going in there to have a little moment to yourself, to just try to calm yourself back down and then get yourself back into game mode. That timing was uncanny, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, it's turning into a good final here. A little break just to settle the heat a little bit.
That cue, I believe, on the left is, unless I'm mistaken, is Dez's cue. I'm just trying to remember who broke in the first frame. It was a dry break. No, it's Dean's cue. The Des broke dry, so yeah.
Yeah. So,
But Des's cue is similar looking to Dean's, but he's got a hard tip on his. He's got a G3 tip on his cue because he likes the hard tip because it suits his game more.
that explains why he doesn't use side a lot.
The hard tip doesn't take the side as much.
Yeah.
I've just got an elk master on mine. Mine's just a stock standard pretty much, because I don't have the ability to control the cue ball as well as they can. Can you read the back of that shirt if he just steps away from the camera ever so slightly? There's a bit of a novel on that.
Yeah, either that or just go and stand behind Tristan Matheson.
To get one? Or are we dry?
I think the softer Q-tip is a bit more forgiving with your cueing.
Dry.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the hard one's more risk-reward, isn't it?
Yeah.
For me. Obviously players who are good enough can use it, no problem. And they end up getting the better results out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not for me. I don't have that level of control that Des, for example, does.
Yeah, that's a good option. Just going to get that white ball back up into the business end of the table.
Well, that's right in amongst it, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that 8 goes past 7, so that's not an issue. Now it's
Just sort of check that briefly. Yeah. You can drive a truck sideways through there.
so. Where are we going now? Okay.
Excellent at using balls to his advantage there. You see how he's used the one just to get better position on the 12 for the look of it. That's a skill that you learn playing with the reds and yellows too.
Yeah.
And you can manipulate the table layout to suit you.
It's the other benefit is pushing them into tricky places for the opposition too if you get the opportunity.
And he's left out on the wrong side of this, I would suggest. He would have wanted to be slightly the other side for a natural run into the 14.
Yeah, I think he's going to force him into taking that 14 long now.
Yeah, and he's just going to have to take his medicine, isn't he?
Yeah.
But he knows that Des is more than good enough to make the shot.
Yeah, and that's just a
just
natural
calling
off
on
the 13 on back onto the position on the 8 from there.
No, he's chunked it again.
Yeah, that was that was a lot harder than it needed to be.
He's been very much hit and miss down or adjacent to the rail in the games that we've seen of him. That was most definitely a miss. You wonder what goes through your head if you've missed a few of those and then you get given another one. You wonder if maybe you're thinking, why am I playing this shot again? But you've got to recharge, don't you?
Yeah. So that was
what a great effort that was.
That was the shot of someone that knows they've got an insurance ball on the table, taking that chance.
Soft double onto the 13, maybe.
No, Adam will have a go at potting this, I think.
The soft double.
What do I know?
Ooh, just about
got it too. Bloody hell.
Ooh, one more roll.
Have to bow in supplication there, John.
It was a big ball to hit.
I'm pretty sure that 5 will still go in past there.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yep.
On this angle as well, if they want to do it now.
They're taking it now.
There might be a chance of killing the 14 too. They might kill the 14 on the rail.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Yep.
but he got the pot.
Yep, same difference, because that one's going to go in where the 2 is now. And that'll leave him the... don't think the 4 goes in there, but may give you a shot on
I reckon he's going to run into the 4 here.
Well, that means the 3's going in there then.
Well, you could almost... No, scratch that. But
Yeah, okay.
well, this now gives a chance perhaps for Jason if he wants to cut the one in to run into that bunch of balls.
Looking at that 7 now.
Off the 1? Maybe off the 1.
Yeah.
Or is the
maybe.
3 in the way too
Why
much?
complicate it that much? The break, black will stop the 8 move.
Great shot.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Took his medicine there.
Yeah. So, is that 14 going to go inside the 1 now?
Yes, but he'll have to play it slowly. Don't scratch.
Oh, it's nearly... Well, yeah. Still
No,
50.
I think the 3's in the way.
Yeah.
I think the 3's in the way. The 3 stops this shot. Although from that angle it looks on.
Yeah. And you punch this hard enough, that 1's going across on the 7. Oh, okay.
He touched the 3,
Yeah.
ran into the 3.
That's right, at least it's not a foul. So that still gives them insurance of that 7 anyway, so it's still got some work to do.
Yeah.
And the angle for the 13 means it's going to be really hard getting back on that 14.
The 14 just has poked a little ear out though. I wish we had a side view, but if you run that 13 in really slowly and get that cue ball right near the pocket, then there is a possibility that you could just clip the edge of the 14. And just a clip might mean that it sits over or near that bag again and really complicates things.
Yeah. I'm not certain on the advantage. No, they're going to have a go at it. Yeah.
Well, this gives them a chance at maybe just making things more difficult for Dean and Jason to get back to the table. I don't know whether he can see enough of it to pot it, but he can at least scramble this up. Could you know?
Okay, so now it comes to the question of how ballsy are you to get that 8 inside the 7?
Oh, off. Here we go.
They're going back.
Off the 1. Oh, no, sorry, off. So Hopawate, so up the back of the black. The black goes off the top rail, off the back of the 1 and into the pocket bottom right of your screen.
Wow.
This is ultimate level.
How many times do you reckon you get that on a practice shot?
Oh!
Yeah.
He's gonna foul.
Yeah.
It was a hard shot. But I don't. It's about the only shot you really had.
Do you reckon he had his eyes open when he played it? Because
No, half open.
I mean, it was.
I would have been jumping around for joy if he'd made that. No doubt. Didn't expect him to, but
How many goes do you reckon you need to do that to get it?
oh, that's the worst place you could have left it. Oh, Jason.
Okay, so he's
Back his partner to back him up, but this is not a good start for Dean.
yeah, that's
Needed to be away from the 1. You just get away from the 1 and everything's on. Gonna have to slot this.
I'd be inclined to take that 6 down the rail. To be fair, better than bridging over the 1.
No, he's nowhere near.
No.
It's not a good shot, but Jason will feel a bit aggrieved about that because he's left Dean there. He's made Dean play that shot.
I think from the bridging factor, that 6 might have been a better option, but you know.
Bang! Don't you just love that noise? Banter from the crowd, which we love.
Yeah.
Chris Geary, always one of the noisiest in the room.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think Des is pretty much the only real Cashmere, and only just barely. So I don't
No,
think
he's
Adam...
my teammate, my dude. He's my
Yeah,
teammate.
he is, but...
I'm staying neutral
was
on
it-
this,
where-
but he's
where-
my teammate.
Yeah, this year. Where was he
No.
last year?
Richmond.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so to get back to my point...
You have a point.
Yeah. Adam is playing into club this year. I think he's registered for you guys, isn't he? But has he played yet?
Lilly?
Sure.
I
he
don't know
played
if
yet?
he's even registered for us.
So
He obviously
technically,
needs to be a member of Kashmir to play.
yeah. So my point is, technically, Des is the only legitimate Kashmir player on the table, isn't he?
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
And barely that.
That's unfair.
Oh,
That's a bit past it, Paul, I think. You've just gone past it.
okay. I'm sorry if it was that insulting, but it's still valid. Would you like a hug, John?
I'm always up for hugs.
Righto, where's Paul Chivers when you need him?
Right. 14 out of that bunch looks like it goes. The 14 goes, and that will make the 13 on, and also maybe if you've got just enough angle on the 14, you can bump the black into play. It's ugly where it is.
Oh no, obviously, yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad actually. Just tickle that across nicely, and that should leave him the 13 back on the other side.
Yeah. Just doesn't want to put it too close to the 9 here. That's excellent.
Is that the 9? I thought that was the 1.
No, it's the
the
1's
9,
the ball next to
sorry,
the 13.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a bit difficult when you can only see the white part of the ball. Looks like
Yeah, underqualified
That's the full,
and
yeah.
wine. Yeah.
looks like it's a solid colour.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's... So that 13's a pretty basic pot, and then there's the 15, but you've got to do a wee bit of threading to get back onto that 8 off the 15. And he's given him a bit of angle to do that with.
He wanted to play that with positivity, and he didn't want to just drift it in, because you drift it in, you'd have a chance of running over there anyway, so you'd rather use the rail and try and land on a few different points, so to speak. But this is this coming across. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's a beauty. You can see the big support crew that Des and Adam have here. Goes the black. 3-2. They take the lead
3-2,
for the first time from 2-0 down.
3 frames on the trot. One of them fairly lucky.
The one previous to that one, they really shouldn't have had, to be fair. They did everything but cock it up. And then unfortunately Jason and Dean did cock it up. But it just goes to show you these margins are so fine.
Yeah.
Especially in Scotch pairs, you've got 4 different bodies on the floor and it's all 50-50 split between them.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that I love about Scotch is that you've got all this different dynamic. There's so much in play. It's not just glorified singles like traditional pairs can be.
We're going to start this discussion.
We are
again.
going to start this discussion. I said what I said.
And now you're saying it again.
Yes.
To
To further make my point.
This could be a short marriage.
Get the messenger, the 6 in the pocket.
Yep.
Righty ho, this is not an easy table to start with though.
No, well, the 11's not that ugly. We've got options with it. It's what happens next, I think.
The pure shot making ability here is what comes into this.
Off the cushion, maybe, come round.
No, just pot it normally.
Yeah. Where are you going then? Nowhere.
Well, he's still got the 12. half a roll more would have been fine.
Okay, yep, see past the 2 for the 12?
Yeah,
Oh, yep, okay, that's fine.
done enough of this to know that that was on. Roll through here. Nope.
Okay, that'll go.
The 9 must go.
Well, the 10, I suspect.
I reckon the 10 from there? No.
Not the 10, sorry, the 14.
The 14 definitely goes.
Yeah.
The 9 I don't think does, so... But they're even looking at the 13 here.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that right now. I'd rather leave that to get back down there so you've got a better shot at it.
So you've got a wee bit of angle there, so, that's coming back okay. That's not too bad at all, so you take the 10 now?
We'll take the 9 now for the 10, because then you're going...
Sorry, I meant after the 9, yeah.
Then you're going to get in behind the 13 and the 15 where they're both on.
Yeah.
Because the 13's on past the black, but the 15 isn't. You might be able to spot yourself on the 15.
Okay, so they're taking the 13 now.
See, they've got a bit of defence in mind here. I think this is going to be a sit.
Well, if it isn't, that was...
That's not it. I'm afraid these...
No, there's a brew there for the 7 in there now.
Idea was not a bad one, but the execution was poor.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a wee bit of a drag shot, but just decelerated a bit too much through there. It needed a wee bit more run on that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that you leave yourself on that shot knowing that that's what you want to play, and then you don't quite have the cueing to play it, and you've just undone a lot of your good work. Look at that for an opener again from Adam.
Yeah.
Boy, he's come up with some clutch pots in this game.
Oh, he has an eye on him, we know this.
Oh, we all know this.
I remember playing him in a tournament a few years ago, and he took a shot on that I thought at the time he had just blundered, and then I looked at the replay and realised he was having a go at something that would have been phenomenal. So I have a lot of respect for his shot making. Okay, it looks like he can't see the 7 directly, I don't think, but he might. Is he taking that?
He's looking through the gap.
Unless he's
doesn't appear that
plant
it's
on from the 2. Oh no, you can see it direct. Yeah, that was the...
I think he played a little swerve shot there. You see, he kind of jacked up ever so slightly. You couldn't really see it on that view. But he had to swerve about, I'd say about a quarter of a ball to hit that where he did.
Yeah.
Set off the rail here, and that would go behind the 7 and then in front of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a great shot. It's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah.
Jace the Ace is the king of the pack there. What's the name on his shirt, or nickname on his shirt? I think he's called a ball in play, which you can only by rule call if at least a quarter of the ball is hanging over the lip of the pocket. Could be wrong.
No, it specifies the quarter or third. I can't remember exactly from the rules.
It's quarter. It's deemed to be very unlikely to drop if it's not anyway. Oh dear.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, he was just
what he's trying to
leave
do.
him on the 15, wasn't he? And the 2s had other ideas. And you've got a free ball, but what can you really do with it?
Yeah. You don't really want to play the 3 on there. So
you might want to try to play the 3 onto the 15. No, he's going to just kill it.
He's going to kill it. Let's just put it in there and put a bit more pressure on.
I like it. You're solidifying your grip on the frame.
Yeah. Might have been a bit more positive and pushing it further down towards the 10, but you didn't want to go too far much more.
Well, the cue ball was in consideration as well. You didn't want to lose it potentially. You wanted to sort of take your medicine with that shot.
Yeah.
Because you could try and play the ultimate safety shot. You lose your cue ball and you've just lost your safety shot.
Yeah. I think that was the shot Des was thinking about playing before, or something similar, leaving that sort of leaf.
See, they can't really run anywhere now, can they? They can't leave only a shot at the other end of the table, because everything's at the same end of the table now.
Just see if that 15 goes past the 8.
Appears that it does.
So,
but do you want to be doing that?
Well, that gives you 2 balls in there, which gives... no, don't... That's...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
For new people, that is definitely not any way to take a pot. You never play that carom into the corner.
I don't think he was trying to play the carom.
And I know he wasn't trying to, but that's an object lesson on why you never play that shot. It looks flash, it looks good, it makes you feel good until you realise you've got nothing afterwards. And that's the object lesson in that.
No, he just wanted the 15 away from all of that.
Yeah.
That, for what it's worth, is a fantastic out, but how much is it going to mean?
Well,
it's not a combo, so they're going to have to do this all by themselves.
Yeah. So
but how horrifying is that?
Yeah, that was definitely a blunder, that shot off the 15.
Well, he just misjudged his line. I think he was trying to play the shot that he played. He just didn't think the cue ball would get that close to the ball over the pocket.
Well, I mean...
He just fluffed his lines.
Yeah. Where was the 15 going?
Where it went. He just wanted it out of there.
Oh, I mean, He
just didn't want it in there because he didn't want them to use it as leverage.
Yeah, I'm just thinking... Yeah. I thought maybe if he was going to play that, he would have taken it towards the top right a bit more positively and put the white off the cushion between the two first and second diamonds.
It's all well and good now, isn't
it? Yeah, I know. We're talking about coulda, shoulda, didn't. So
now, do you try and He's going to try to... Well, he's looking at a double to put the 15 somewhere amongst the 4 and the 3. He might leave a free ball if he does this, but it's going to be a tricky one. This needs to get up. It's got the pace.
It's not bad.
Is it even a free ball? Most definitely on that view,
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe the 8 was further away from the line than it is, but it's... That would certainly tell me that the 4 is not playable from both sides.
So free ball 13, John, from there. And you're not looking at a pot, all you're doing is touch.
Touch into it?
Yeah.
No, I think he's told them to play it again. He's told them to play it again, and I like this. Because what's the chance of you not leaving a free ball off here? You've got to move something to not leave a free ball, and if you move something, then you are opening something up.
So they're talking about the off the cushion onto the 15.
That you
won't leave a free ball, but it's going to mean that those 2 balls are tied up quite nastily.
Oh, there was no way that was on.
No, what he was trying to do was not leave a combo, which he's failed because that's a free ball. So he needed to get into that, a bit deeper into that.
Yeah, I just... The ball actually did track into the rail, so that didn't help, but...
Okay, so what are we looking at now? Is that a plant on the 13? Oh, he's going from there, eh? Okay, so they're not looking at finished... Oh, yeah, okay.
Picked it out.
Yeah.
So he's picked the 13 away.
Choked him on that 7. Can he see the 4 to pot?
He can.
Yes, he can.
would have played that with a trace of right just to
I
get it to throw into the pocket.
I don't think Adam will have a problem getting that across there.
I don't think he will either. Even if he was the other side of it, he'd still be able to get it across because it's close enough to cheat.
Okay. Don't snooker. Beautiful, Des.
That was never ever in question playing it that way.
Yeah.
You would have to hit that so wrong for it to be a snooker.
I'm speaking through experience, buddy.
Yeah, I forget. So they were 2-0 down, remember. Now they're on the hill in the final. And it's Dez's break, so look out. Got one of the biggest breaks in the game. And more often than not makes a ball off the break. I might be jinxing him, I might not be. But if he connects with this, then they will go flying.
I've just had a message from Whitey that Adam Shaw is registered for Cashmere Gold.
Okay.
Yeah. So So I sit corrected that he is not that Des is not the only true Cashmere player, but I would ask Waddy, how many games has Adam played this year?
0. Now then, ball off the break, yes. Oh, hello, is that 4? Just made things that much tougher.
Yeah.
And yes, we will be doing the presentations, John.
Presentation will be streamed as well, so if you want to stick around after this game is finished, you're more than welcome to do so. 205 of you on at the moment, which is fantastic. All deserve a massive round of applause, as do our sponsors. Top left of your screen, you'll see them scrolling through.
Yeah.
As well as obviously On Cue for bringing us not only these tables, but the stream. Again via Daryl Sue Chambers. And then Paul Chivers for being the man on the computer once again. Fantastic job as always.
Yeah, nice shot.
It's the starter that you want.
Yeah.
Now.
It's gentle for the 2. Yeah, and we're looking at 7 or 5. Yeah, 5-1.
He might go off the rail behind the 4 and just touch the 4 out.
Yeah.
If he can get behind the 4 on this angle, then
that gives you the 3 as a option after that. Yeah, nicely done. That's pretty.
That works as well. Garners a round of applause from the crowd who have stayed to watch. Much plaudits to them.
So without putting too much movement in there, that 8 will go past the 14 into the corner. Right.
He's done brilliantly to not move anything. How has he not moved the black or the 12 there? Obviously he's picked the line very, very well for that shot.
Yeah. So they're looking at the 1 next or the 2?
7 for the 1. 7 for the 1. And he wants it past the middle pocket here.
Yeah.
That'll do just nicely. Get him nice and close. Don't make him have to work so much for it.
So you need to be on the right hand side of the table so that you can run through with the pot, or be a wee bit further out to leave it nearly straight so you may screw back.
Now then, he's got the angle. He's got
a wee bit of angle, yep.
It may go on that pocket. Let's just have a wee look.
Oh, that's tight. I think they...
You might want to go back around.
So either way, he's got some angle to come and take it up the other end of the table.
Round the back.
Oh, yeah.
No,
so
they're going to take it.
He's going to take
They're going to take it. Might only be half a pocket, but he thinks it's on.
Yeah.
This for the championship.
Oh,
got it! Wait for the 11 to stop rolling. It's good.
Wow. Well done, boys.
How about it? Des Wilcox, Adam Shaw, congratulations to the two of you.
Yeah.
The winners for the 2025 Open
fine
South
final.
Island Pairs.
Yeah. And within a hair's breadth of not being there by that semi-final.
Yeah. Not bad for somebody who just came in as a ring-in for a pair too. Des was always playing, but Adam wasn't. But Des's partner could not play, so he rang Adam, and Adam answered the call and said, "Yep, I'll play with you." And look where they are now.
Well done. Right.
Absolute quality, and well done as well to Jason Martin and Dean Garnett. Beaten finalists, but they will have hopefully won a lot of people over with their style of play and their exploits. And also we've got the singles to come too. So the whole week we've got Thursday, Friday is section play and then post-section play to an extent, but Saturday is where the real money's made. That's your post-section play.
Yeah.
That's where the bulk of the streaming will be from here on out.
I think I don't think we're streaming the section play, are we? Did you just say
No. Ronnie Simons there, as you said, just walking away. Big ups to him for refereeing the final. Don't think we actually mentioned him really, apart from his shoes. But big, I mean, he's done a massive job already this week, and he's only halfway through.
Yeah.
And the referees in general, my hat goes off to them.
Yeah. And the young'uns, the trainees that are coming into
Corbin.
a bit of riff. Yeah.
But that's going to be I tell you what, there's going to be some pretty big celebrations, I'd say, but they'd have to be careful because a lot of these players will be playing tomorrow morning, so you'd have to temper those somewhat.
And not to mention the driving aspect, so yeah.
Oh, he will.
For some of them.
He will. He'll be even hungrier now for that, Roy.
Yeah.
And he's a quality player, is Dean. We maybe didn't see the best of him in this game, but we know what he can do. We know he's certainly good enough to make the pairs final, and so exciting to see what happens for the singles. Same with Jason too. Him and Brian Jarman, I believe, won the national pairs about 20 years ago. So he's well capable himself. And again, as I say several times, it's great to see them here. From the lower North Island, they've come here with a bunch of people, and hopefully they've made a bunch of new fans. Welcome here.
As we discussed, anyone from the northern part of the North Island welcome as well. To be fair,
I can see a lot of the Christchurch people sticking around to watch the final, and most of them would have been rooting for Des and Adam there, but I'm just hoping there's a few moments saved for Jason and Dean. And they would have been the massive underdogs in terms of support, but hopefully they will still have felt welcome. And Desi, for a guy who is such a good player as he is, so often falls just short, but this time around he's gone all the way.
Yeah,
and he's got a chance to back that up in the singles, as does Adam Shaw.
Yeah.
I know Adam Shaw's not playing the singles, apologies.
This, with Adam and Brett knocked out early, and there's a few that were in the flight that possibly we'd expect to see deep into the main.
Jojo and Chris.
Jojo and Chris, for example. As well. It was actually very good to see some different players in a final in the South Island for a change.
Well, the two pairings that definitely deserve that tag for me are John Gower and Freeman Pakeato Johnston, and then also you've got other beaten semi-finalists Mitch and Don Gourlay, who most people would not have picked them to get that far, especially having just qualified. I mean, John and Freeman qualified by the skin of their teeth as well, and to get to where they got from there is nothing short of brilliant. But also a shout out as well to Dave Moyman and Sheldon Kirby for getting to the last 8 from Hokitika.
Getting ready to say.
So we're going to cut very shortly to the presentation, so you won't be hearing any of us for some time.
So we'll sign off and thank you for your company.
Yes, again, thank you all very much for choosing to watch the stream, and hopefully you will continue to do so throughout the week, where we will have the open singles for the South Islands. But again, you all deserve a massive round of applause, and if you're getting home, please do so safely. The next streaming game will be, in fact, the Southern Pride versus Christchurch match, which is on Friday evening. So no stream until then, but hope to see you all back. And on Saturday for the post section, we will be back and rearing to go. So again, thank you all very much. Ka kite and stay safe.
Good evening all.
First Piers title, let's go.
Yeah, boy.
Well done, mate.
Thanks, Paul.
I was trying my best to stay neutral the whole time as well.
Yeah.
I was giving you shit, don't worry about it. You're welcome. Just grounding.
Just happy that you stayed focused. That's all I want.
Oh, he's still got my mic on.
Oh, you're right, yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, hang on. Say that again.
Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Happy to finally win a CNZ Piers title. A few years coming. Adam Shaw, great partner. It's been a hell of a last couple of days. Roll on the singles.
Who were you originally playing with?
I was supposed to be playing with Nick Kinger, but there's something come up and fortunately couldn't make it. So my ringing's a pretty good player.
Hell yeah! I mean, you couldn't get much better than that, could you?
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Des. Half of the winners of the South Island Piers, and do hope that Nick is okay. If something bad's happened to him, we hope that he will be okay. But we will move now to the presentation. We've got tournament controller Tracy Andrew, middle of your screen. In the foreground, Kat McKenzie, who's done some massive work helping as well as refereeing. Same with Tab Poe, just furthest with the hair in a bun. All three ladies have been absolute powerhouses so far this week, as have in fact everybody who's had some hand in this tournament going as smoothly as it has. They all deserve a massive round of applause, and just a few thoughts going their way as to the sacrifices that they make, because so many people don't actually realise how much time it takes and how much effort it takes to do what they do. So hopefully that will be reflected in the speeches too, because without these people, you don't get a tournament, or at the very least you don't have it running as well as it runs. As well as our sponsors, you can see top left of your screen. I'm not going to say them to this point, but hopefully you do cast your eyes to the top left of the screen. Obviously give these guys all a go, the guys and girls all a go if you're in the area, if you've got the chance to use their services. They support Q Sports, so please support them. I will, for about the third time now, sign off for the night. But yeah, again, thank you to Paul for being as awesome as he is and giving up his time to help me. All of you for watching, continue to watch, and for the third time, ka kite, stay safe.
Ready, home. sponsors. On behalf of the Richmond Bull Section, we'd like to thank our sponsors, On Cue, Richmond Club, Cat's Fuel Shout, Barry Jones with his regular Kaipoy towing services. If you can break down or get a flat tyre.
Seals, that's for you!
Barry's got a flat deck truck that lowers down to the ground. Keith Scott, Christchurch Accountancy, Les Mitchell, Smartwell, the Michelanis with the Gianni's Pinbreads, Archway Funeral Services, and Pete's Painting. I'd also like to thank Tina, who's been sitting here all week doing all of our records. Kat and Jen for all their fabulous work. Our amazing referees. They've done such a superb job. Paul doing the streaming. We've had some assistants doing some streaming commentating, so thank you Paul. Also in the bar, cafe and restaurant staff and all our bank.
And Tracy! Shot Tracy! Shot Tracy!
I'm not going to thank Energizer.
There's the buses.
Sing us a song, Tracy.
Of course, Kat's got some spare batteries.
Sorry, that might be good, but these days that's USB.
First of all, thank you. It's only 8:30. I don't think it's too late. We've had the main event, race from 4 right from last 32. So well done to you players for playing fast and giving us a great day.
There goes the music.
Thank you. Right, we'll get on with all of this. We are doing trophy flight first. Our winners have already gone. The flight runner-up, Lizzie Moses and Jamie Kendall from Alexandra. Right, the quarterfinals of the trophy event. Nancy and Danny O'Neill. Just coming in the bar, Danny said. Kat McKenzie manages to help organise and do all the hard work and play. Leo Tucker and Paul Buckingham. Another one for the bar. Semi-finalists. Wayne and Carol Cameron all the way from the Hockey to go.
The one on the left is Carol. planned that. No, we lost.
No, they've got matching tops on. That's huge. And these two battled a lot with each other yesterday. Well, not with each other, just against each other. So it's awesome to see them win the trophy. Winners of the trophy being Matt Lee and Mason Slider.
You're right through there. Matt Lee. What plays Mace?
Straight through.
Alright, well, I've just got a few things to say. Thank you to everyone who came. It was a great tournament. I want to thank the whole club, all sponsors, everyone who's run it, control cable, refs, you guys are all amazing. And I'd most importantly like to thank my partner and my one and only sponsor, my mum.
Mum's just got back from Wellington just in time.
Literally. Just to see him hooking up with me.
One Q sponsors them.
I want to be funny.
Trophy flight winner have taken the envelope, but it's Mark Collis and Crystal Lee Jane here for their medals. I don't want to forget it. Championship flight, quarterfinalists, Sam and Ricky Hopkinson.
Yes, Sam. Yes, Sam.
Quarterfinalists in the championship flight, Jason and Ruben Keats. Quarterfinalists in the championship flight, Tristan Matheson and Zari Wood. Quarterfinalists all the way from Invercargill, Marty Garrett and John Brown. Semi-finalists in the championship flight, Tony Aludi and John Pickhorn, Kashmir. And the other semi-finalist was Jacob White and James Summers, all going back to Ashburn. Well, who would have thought this? Championship flight, Jojo Coleman and Chris Geary, runner-up. They don't want to speak. The championship event, last 32, Dave Donahoe and Ryan Clark. Kieran Simpson and Gary Oliver, last 32. Last 32 of the championship, Alex Davey and Alan Timu. Last 32, Ricky Bell and Angie Aitken, Hornby. Last 32, Bryce Johnson and Glenn Spears, Brian Clifton Eden. Last 32, Paul Morris and Barry Henderson. Is Paul Morris still here?
Here he is.
I'm sure this one's well home to have a birthday tea. All the way from Wilson, Peter Walls and Rehadi Kingy. Kerry Michaelides and Shane Brecken, last 32. Last 32, John Saundercock and Greg East. Last 32 in the championship, Richard Lilly and Willie Garth from Woolston, not here. Phil Bailey and Tony Rosell, 1 year. And last 32 championship, Andy Hickey, Greg Hammond, Greenwood. And Jason and Ben Gay are here. Right, last 16 in the championship. Malcolm Elder and Johnny Mattingly, Timaru TNC. Les Mitchell and Willie Gillespie, Richmond. Last 16, Craig Roberts and Luke Arnold, Hornby. These ones are here. Oh, he's Craig. God.
You've got to give them more than 3 seconds, eh? Fucking someone's getting old.
The last 16 in the championship. This is the miracle. This is the miracle. Amber and Reece James. Last 16 of the championship, Brett DeFaria and Adam Lilly. Last 16 of the championship, Adam Gaff and Leighton O'Connell, New Brighton.
Stop it, Stumpy.
Right, the quarterfinals in the championship, South Island Open Pairs, Scott Catoll and Jesse Eastman. Quarterfinals in the Open Pairs for the championship, Sheldon Kirby and Dave Moyman, Home Kicker.
Whoever's the only words you're talking about, there's my partner going to write the version.
Quarterfinals of the Open Pairs Championship, Jordan Leahy and Ryan King.
That's how you did it. Nice, Jordan. Julie! Good to see you, mate. Got his feet.
Julie!
Looks disgusting.
Quarterfinals of the Open Pairs Championship, Richard Witty and Paul Blacklar. The semi-finalists of the Open Pairs Championship, Mitch and Don Gourlay. I think they're all fine. Semi-finalists of the championship, Jock Out and Frank Johnson.
The old thing.
Right, now the final. The runner-up from Upper Cashmere. Come down to try to take the title, but we'll let them get the runner-up. But it's so good to see the North coming down to battle with the South, and then South can go battle with the North if they choose to. So we'll call up Jason Martin and Dean Garner as your runner-up for
Can you play for gold this week?
Dean, that's why you rung you up here?
First of all, congrats, Des and your ringing.
And you're in.
And a big thanks to the people that donate their time to make these things happen. They're the people that are helping you play the sport you love. Richmond Club, thank you very much for providing a venue. Heathy Billiards, thank you very much. Stumpy's Bar. I'm pretty sure Dean's got something to say too.
Oh no, next.
Well done, guys, you just smashed us, so that's it. Cheers.
And the winners Kashmir.
Go, baby!
Yay, Kashmir! The winners of the Open Pairs for 2025, Des Walcott's and Adam Shaw.
Where's the big trophy?
Yeah, ask Adam.
I've never had it.
Yeah, what a past couple of days it's been. It's been awesome. It's been run super well. So massive thanks goes to Tracy and the team behind the counter and whatnot. Conditions and everyone that's participated and helped. That's been great. As far as the pool goes, massive thanks to Adam. Short notice of become a pairing. Obviously the best ring in New Zealand to have. So yeah, what last couple of days we just got the job done. I'm just so stoked. Finally, a Clubs New Zealand Pairs title. It's taken me forever.
25 partners. Adam, come on, say what you said the other week.
No, well, yeah, thanks very much to all the organisers for all the work they do. Thanks to Des, pretty easy partner. Just let him see the ball, and he's got a good chance he's going to knock it in. I've noticed I've had about 5 missed calls off Graham Watson. I'm not sure where he was.
Yeah.
But
Yes!
so, yeah, thanks very much to Des and commiserations to the MJs. But yeah,
Thanks for our support.
good luck to everyone in the singles as well.
Alright, that closes the 2025 Open Pairs. We'll be back for another day tomorrow for your singles. Good luck.
How to fence with smart posts. Step 1. Strain your wires or netting. Step 2. Drive in your smart posts. Step 3. Add in your dropper wire. Step 4. Pull the wire through the top hole and tie it off. Step 5. Add your electric fencing if you need it. And there you go. A brand new farm fence installed in half the time. Smart post. Fencing in fast form.